All right, everybody. Hey, welcome to the Great American Experience. I'm Wizard of Oz. This is not my show, but our participants do make up our show. So let's see that let's get notifications are going out, and that means my phone's on the other side of the room. Okay, hold on a second here, and I've got something I want to play for you guys. So while we're waiting for the notifications to go out, I'm going to set these joining links up to the chat. Please come on in. Oh, hey, it's not functioning yet. All right. Hmm. All right. All right. That one went out. Hey, tow truck. It's alive. Come on up. There we go. All channels are reporting properly now. But I've got something I want to play for you guys just for the moment here. Bring up a screen. Oh, yeah. You're going to like this.
What happened to that cool jam, dude? You might gonna have to rewind that. Oh, wizard cut out. Well, what the hell? I guess we'll just have to wait a second and see. Must have pressed the red X. Don't press X. Oh no. I guess that could become the third rule. First rule, don't be a dick. Second rule, don't break any federal, state, or local laws. And if there was a third rule, which we don't actually have, it would probably have something to do with rule number one. With the exception and amendment of this case, where we'd have to make it a rule not to press the red X when you are hosting a live stream because because it leaves me here all alone by myself, and I probably have to kick myself out in order to let you restart. Wouldn't that be something? Of course, nobody else can join. Funny thing is, nobody else is here. So, no problems. I guess I get to entertain myself with an empty head and a full mouth. So, I. I mean, I can play my own music. It's just that I don't remember the name of that old bio musician that you had playing there.
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry about that. I didn't
Pretty
get
good
my
too.
I didn't get to my inverter fast enough, man.
You gotta not press the red X.
No, I had to turn on my inverter, turn on the power to charge my laptop before it went dead, and it timed out and went to sleep, shut down before I got to the power system. Sorry about that.
It's all right. I was just going over the rules, and I figured we don't really have a third rule, but we could.
Third rule is look at rule number one. Don't be a
Probably has something to do with rule number one, but I thought we could amend it in the case of do not press the red X when you're hosting a live stream.
well. That's rule number two.
Oh, I thought that was.
That's don't hit the red button. Is rule number two. Number three, everything is covered by one rule number one.
Yo.
Just don't be a dick.
So are you gonna play the song or what?
Yeah, I can play that song. Okay.
I was digging it, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's badass. Let me pull it back. I got to pull the window back up.
It
Hold
was a
on.
little teeny. It was a little teeny. Can you set maybe your microphone closer to the other speaker, the bass speakers, maybe?
No, I don't get to control the volume or the microphone unless it comes over this my mic. The browser of Firefox doesn't allow me to pump sound direct. So
Oh,
yeah, it's coming out of my laptop and going into the microphone. So I try to make it work pretty good.
it was okay. It was okay. I was just, we're
Little
always improving.
like you're listening to it on an old transistor radio kind of thing.
Man, old school. Hey, Charlie Pride died. It reminded me of that when I saw that dude. I thought, oh, it's Charlie Pride.
Yeah, this
But
is
it's not.
Guitar Shorty. This is one of my favorite songs. It's a song called "We the People." Let me pull this back up again here.
Proceed, sir.
Yeah, rock on. I gotta go pull it back up. Yeah, here we go. Let's go there. I wish I could control the volume and just pump it directly into the thing.
Just don't seem right that the day of holiness, that the sacrifice, that the bed of meal was many days and just the people. But we're the backbone of the Japanese. I thought the Congress was the work for me. What are they working? Just don't seem right. When it comes to freedom, we fight the fight. Rich get richer. What it's hard to say. You just can't ready to fight. you. Give it all you got. What's a man supposed to do? Lying, cheating, wrong. Get up in the morning, go down to the store. Prices are getting higher, can't take it no more. Got my guitar, try to bend the note. I look at my neck and feel my strength. Just don't seem right. Back the day I told me, ain't got a chance. But I believe that the time will come. Some people, oh yeah.
All right, that's good enough. Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs, man. How's it going, everybody? What's up? Oops, sorry. What's happening?
Bueno,
What's going on, Bill?
how y'all are?
Just kicking ass. I've already delivered that swing bench today.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Yeah, it turned out really good, man. My mom was really proud of it. She was happy.
How's
That
Coach?
one won't blow away in a windstorm.
Oh, hell no, man. That thing ain't going nowhere, dude. Actually, swing bench made it 6 foot wide. So,
Yeah, that's wide enough.
that's what?
That's wide enough. That ought to fit 2 fat people.
Dude, she's like 5'3". Okay, she could lay down on this thing with pillows and blankets and sit and swing in the front yard with it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we staged it up for her and everything.
I'm just saying, 6 feet long. That's enough to either sleep on it or fit 2 fat people.
Right. Right. It would happen too, man. The top cross member is a 6x4 beam.
Oh yeah.
And the uprights are basically 4x4s.
Nice.
I had built a little, you might call it a gazebo, but it was just for the grapevines. Creeping roses, actually, but
Oh yeah.
over the swing, just bent up some conduit and screwed some lattice to it. And Mom really liked it for shade, and then she could hang plants on it too. And then she had those creeping roses, those I forget what you call them, fox roses or whatever, but they were like vines, you know. Yeah, it was really pretty then when it got grown up. Lasted a long time too.
That's awesome.
Put one of those over the swing, and then you'd be swinging in the shade. I don't know.
We put it between two trees, basically, in her
Oh yeah,
yard. Yeah, so she's covered. She's good.
cool. Cool.
Yeah, it looked a lot better. I was good. Once we went and picked up the chain as we were going to deliver it. So we got there, we put the chains on it, and it looks great. I forgot to take another video, so
Very nice job.
but yeah, it's sturdy as hell. We're gonna build another one, I think, just to put it out front and put a sign on for sale or something, you know.
Right.
Some of my projects are kind of put on the back burner right now because it's been so cold, and we just had a dusting, you know, a snow dust. Wasn't much, about an inch. And I think we're going to have more snow coming tonight.
Oh wow.
So I kind of put some of those outdoor projects on the back burner.
Oh wow, yeah. Well, we had rain yesterday or day before, so and so we didn't have much to do for then, but managed to get it done, so I could deliver it today. She's all on day off. She's still working. She's like almost 80 years old. She's still a hospice nurse,
Nice.
Wow.
and she's still working.
Yeah, my mom's in a care center right now.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Getting along well.
Yeah, well, she had another fall. She's held together with rods and nuts and bolts and stuff.
Right. Wow.
Just one of them things. She tells me, "Oh, I walked down the hall today and they put me on a physical program." I'm like, "Yeah, probably lifting her pinky finger up and down or something."
Wow.
She doesn't like that physical therapy stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, I made maybe 3 gallons of blueberry tea yesterday. Tastes great.
No,
Good.
so you're using the leaves or what?
Well, yeah, it's a really natural tea. It's a natural tea, and but it comes in a package. It's there's 4 of these tea bags in there with all the blueberry stuff, and it's all 100% blueberry, you know, plant.
Stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I
and I
thought
put one of the,
you made
I put
that
one,
stuff.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I thought that you had made the stuff like it was blossoms and leaves or whatever. I wasn't sure if it was a juice or a tea, like you said, but I guess if you got it in packets, I
Yeah, it
wondered if
comes
it
in
was
tea
the
bags and
blossoms or
stuff.
the leaves or what.
Well, it's really potent. If you drink it, if you make it like tea, like regular tea, the stuff is so potent. Blueberry, it's like you're drinking blueberry juice. So what I do is I take one of those packets and I make my regular batch of tea with the big, uh, you know, regular tea bags,
Mm,
and
bags.
yeah, and I use a coffee pot and I make my tea with it, and then I put one of those blueberry bags in there too, and it, wow, only takes one of those little blueberry things, make 3 or 4 gallons of blueberry tea, flavored tea.
Super antioxidant, no?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And I've done it with sassafras, and it's really good that way too. So, and I got some raspberry tea, and I've got some really orangey peach tea bags that I've used in the past with that. And I like that one as well. But the blueberry is got to be my favorite. And that was a gift from my nephew, Randy. He knows how I love blueberries.
Right, right.
Yeah. But yeah, Chris Copan, welcome in, man. Welcome in, Ben. Canoes.
Hey, fuckers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what happened to Wild Bill? He changed his face.
He shaved.
I'm incognito.
It's a different face, right? Lee Van Cleef. Yeah, that's awesome though.
Yeah, one of my favorite actors. Lee Van Cleef was one of my favorite actors. Steely-eyed gunfighter.
What's up, Kay? What's up, hey fuckers?
He was the gunfighter, right?
Yeah, he was. Actually, I think Van Cleef was actually one of those fast pistol guys.
No, but wasn't there a series, The Gunfighter?
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was his.
Bill must be having that mic problem. That's so unfortunate. Oh, he
Yeah,
dropped.
I don't know what that is. It's picking up sound or something artifact wise.
You know,
But when
fucked
he's
me up
talking,
is
it's
the
no
microwave.
problem. Right near a microwave, right?
Yeah, my microwave always gets me. I don't even have to be near
We might have to start up the generator.
it.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
yeah, because it's like, I'll just hold off.
I'm getting low on juice.
Yeah, the friggin' inverter, it's gonna beep like that for about 20 minutes, but it's charging my laptop right now.
Cool.
It's supposed to be a sunny day tomorrow, so we'll be able to hit that up. Go ahead and have a seat, bro. Have a seat. Not yet.
It's
Not
one of
yet.
those days where it's the
Yeah.
beginning of winter. Because we're going to get single digits tonight again. And, you know,
Oh,
what
fuck.
we call Indian summer is already gone. So it's not like, you know, there's this is like it for the next 4 months or so. So it's going to get cold and stay cold. So I'm used to it now.
Well, we'll have this until probably the end of February.
Yeah.
It'll be floating back and forth between 50 and 30 degrees for a high. We'll have some serious cold stuff come up, I'm sure. But I'm much better prepared for it this winter than I was last winter. And with this new camp stove I've got that we're using in here, I'm using it to boil water to keep the room comfortable.
Mhm.
Yeah, with the torch. Remember, I used to use the torch to keep it warm.
God dang it. Roofers.
Yeah,
Roofers
roofer's
torch.
torch. Yeah, sure enough, man, it worked great, man. But it uses up the fuel pretty quick, even on low. The longest I had it last was 10 days, and with this camp stove, that last tank lasted 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
it's like a honeycomb type of a burner.
no, it's just a camp stove with the
Oh, it's just a
little
flame.
right, just a little camp stove, that's 2 burner camp stove. That usually
Man,
takes the little bottles, but I bought that adapter hose that goes to from there to the big tanks.
yeah.
It cost me more than the damn stove did. The stove was only like $25, man. The hose was like 30.
You got your mighty fine your monoxide sensor in there,
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, my sniffer let me know.
unless you fall asleep.
No, I
You have
don't.
migraines before that.
You'll have migraines and headaches. There'll be signs and symptoms. I'm well aware of what's
Right on. I
Yeah,
got a
rock.
cool heater that it it it'll mount. You've ever heard of a sunflower heater? That kind of a
Yep.
little dish. Well, I
Yeah, it's got
got
this.
one,
You got one of those.
but this one's about the honeycomb, the cattle.
Yeah. Yep.
The fucking honeycomb in it is like
The
five
ceramic. Yeah.
five
It's got a
inches
ceramic
long
plate in it.
and like 15 or 16 inches tall. Yeah, that's a bad boy. But you gotta you gotta like have you it's gotta be exposed to your skin. You know, it's infrared heat or whatever. It doesn't like warm the ambient air. It's like you gotta I don't know, it works better if it hits your skin.
imagine, imagine it would work better, burn you. But yeah, no, that ceramic plate in there takes the heat and dissipates it. That's what that's all about. I just use a. Uh, I got a 5 gallon steel pot that I used to make spaghetti in. That we just put a gallon of water in it and let it heat up and boil out.
Can you text the StreamYard link to Kay? She
Yeah, she says somebody texted to her because the YouTube won't let her click it.
I guess.
Weird.
She said
Um,
that what last night too, I think.
yeah, let me call the phone.
Oh, hey, did you ever find out how to pin the link to the top of the chat?
No, I
You-
didn't figure that out.
I keep on wanting to ask Queen how she does that, but I forget. I did ask her, and she was like, "Sure," and then she didn't get around to explaining it to me.
Right?
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, could you tell me how you pin those to the top of your cat?" She was like, "Yeah, sure." Well,
And
first it
then,
was like, "What do you mean? How you pin a link?" So then I had to, but she was like, "Oh, I get it." And I was like, "So can you tell me?" And she was like, "Sure." And then she never told me. It was like, well, that was fun. But I wondered if you would click on your your recent link there, if it gives you any options. There,
hold on a second.
I know you're busy, huh? I know. You need to do more, Wiz. More. There's more than one lever behind that curtain. Just keep pulling them. Oh, what's good today? Oh, Charlie Bride. Oh, that's the thing. And then gotta find out.
Now I'm gonna get my playlist. Remember when Bear was doing the thing on Vaughn and we were playing music and movies and shit?
He's playing
Remember all
music
that?
on his own now.
Yeah, I got to get him my playlist again for all my Patriot music.
Oh yeah.
He started playing all that stuff, man. I was loving it when he did that.
Hey, have you been to Phoenix Social Network yet?
No, I really honestly haven't. I've been busting ass around here and
Yo,
getting stuff done.
I
So
think I think you'd enjoy it. I remember how you had set up a channel over there with music on it too, and it's the same template, so you'd be probably familiar with it. But I think there's a lot of people there that would really appreciate that brand of music. What do you call it? Genre.
The genre, yeah, the
There you
patriot
go.
rock and country, yeah,
Yeah, I think you'd do well.
yeah. I bet it would. There's
It's a
a
cool site, man.
hey Kay, give me an email address to send it to. I can't text through my computer,
Oh,
and I don't have the
hey,
link on my.
why don't I go drop it in the whatchamacallit, Patriots Unite?
Or on
I don't
Bears channel, even. Um, well, but that's on Twitch. You got access to Twitch, there, Kay?
I can try to see if it helps. I'll get to my mailbox here. And grab that. So, I noticed Pat isn't around. Is Pat busy today?
I think he's already passed out, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's probably just he's already asleep, most likely.
That's
Yeah.
just
It's a Sunday, and God knows he's probably tripping on pops is in the
well, that's
hospital.
what I was thinking. If he was preoccupied with that, or
I'm sure he is, man.
you know. So if Kay is probably listening, I'm gonna put that link right now in Patriots Unite. Oh Jesus, what the hell? I just puked in Patriots Unite. Let me see.
Hold on. Okay. I'll be right back, man. I gotta check out some stuff.
All right. Oh man, whatever that was, ignore that. But I will get a real link right here. For some
Hey,
reason,
what's up, Dark?
What's happening?
Hi.
dark
He
side.
can click on the shit.
I can click on it. She can't.
Her
It's
fingers are dead. They don't register as human, and she can't touch the screen no more.
Yeah, pretty much.
because
Maybe
I
she's
got
low on
this.
voltage.
Because this
It's
guy
called,
got this sweet phone.
well, she's got
You want my shit?
Yeah, I hijacked you.
What the hell? Why are you
she's
stealing my
got
shit?
well, she's got that clear fingernail polish clear on her fingers, and it doesn't register as human anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Right, taking imprints of my fingerprints and just paste them onto her fingers.
I didn't mean to. You already authorized everything.
planning a heist to use my fingerprints with.
I'm gonna have to let my dog in. I'll be right back.
It sounds like your house is going dead too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're pushing it. We're trying to hold off starting the generator for as long as possible.
Let your dog in, and then I got a question about your generator.
What's that?
You let your dog in, and then I got a question about your generator.
All right.
Kay, are you able to use that link
What's
from
up, Tucker?
Patriot Unite Hangouts?
What?
Are you able to use that link from Patriots Unite Hangouts?
Yes. Thank you. But he just happened to click on it faster.
I was quick on the
Oh,
click.
I wanted
I
to
got
get
fast
on
fingers,
two devices.
except for this one.
The purple people eater. So I'm supposed to believe this story that you cut your finger trying to open a coconut with a seashell?
With a
No, no,
what?
no, 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 no. I
Uh.
successfully opened a coconut with a seashell without cutting my finger. He
I
opened
chopped
it with a.
I opened my finger with a chopper.
Here, yeah.
Where's my chopper?
Yeah, can you? Yeah, maybe you should just not touch that thing.
Maybe you should open the chopper.
Jesus,
The
don't
hell
put
is
it
that
in my
thing?
face.
Oh, that's your chisel, huh?
No, It's a knife. Here, lay it up against that.
Oh, I see. One of those sugarcane cutter dealy bops. Yeah. A sarong.
And
Kind of like a sarong.
and so I had it, and I swung it at the coconut.
And the coconut jumped.
Got halfway through it, and then I had to go for another swing, and I was holding the coconut.
All right, put the thing away.
And I swung this and let go of the coconut at the same time, and then the coconut started to roll off, and then I got at my finger. So, and then I was looking at my meat sack with separated from my finger. Oh,
I dang near knocked
okay.
the corner off.
So that happened.
I, however, primitively, successfully opened a coconut after quite some time, but I didn't touch anything that wasn't supposed to get cut.
It just looked like a mutilation.
I was trying to show my 12-year-old nephew how to safely chop wood with a large knife, and I dang near got the whole finger. But he was sitting there. He watched it though. He saw it, in ultra slow mo. But this one will get your finger kind of quick because I was holding like this, and I caught that corner.
Yeah. See, that's kind of like what I was doing.
Yeah, that was not good. This one, I don't know why this one looks so small. It's not. It's not. I don't know. It's weird how objects look so small.
Gold Razor, yes, I do. I have a Yanmar. I have a Yanmar APU, auxiliary power unit, and it doesn't really have a generator inverter on it. It has a, I think, 250 amp alternator, and also will run an air conditioning compressor to run auxiliary air conditioner for the truck. And then there's a diesel fired heater as well. So we can run everything off of the little APU, and it runs about 1/10 of a gallon per diesel per hour. Wow. So on 300 gallons, we're good for a while.
So what?
And actually,
possibly have about a generator?
What's that?
What question could you possibly have about a generator?
I was just wondering how big of a generator he's got to power his house, and
Hi, Colonel.
If it has a remote turn on, or if he's gonna go out and fire it up, that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure, but I know he put together some very large battery packs.
Yeah, well, and batteries are important too. This one right here, I don't know. I'm not very impressed with the APU on this, just because it's made by Thermo King, and pretty much the only people that will work on it is Thermo King. And every time you go into Thermo King, it's like $1,000 to $4,000. If you can find one that works on the APUs and not just the reefer units, and if they can even get you in a timely manner, then you get overcharged. And they know that they're the only ones that can work on it. And they can charge whatever they feel like. Now, I assume that I was thinking about putting a mini split with a little maybe 4,500 watt Onin or something like that on the frame, but I don't know, because I just bought another truck that doesn't have anything on it.
Oh, so you get to put your own whistles and bells. Yep.
Right. All right. You said you had a question about the generator?
Yeah, I was wondering what type of generator, how big of a generator do you have?
Well, I've got 5,500. That's a Tecumseh generic generator. Then I've got a Coleman 4,000.
Uh-huh.
And it's a pretty hefty little deal, but Yeah, I've got another one that's a 6500, and it's one of those. They're all just those pull around kind of generators.
Like the ones on the little cart, like little exo frame.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They're all like that. Yeah.
Now, so do you have like a remote switch for any of those?
No.
And they're all gasoline, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I've changed over. I stopped using like chainsaws and that are gasoline. I've changed over all my equipment over to electric stuff.
Right.
I got sick and tired of having 20-1 on this one and then 5-1 on that one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fuel mix shit. I just one can of gas, put it in the generator, plug it in, and do it. Yeah.
Right. Either
Yeah,
have stuff that have two strokes that mix their own oil, or four strokes.
right. It's all 4-stroke stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like the boats or the snowmobiles, they're two strokes, but they mix their own oil, so you don't
do
have
they?
to worry about it. Yeah, like the
Oh.
jet skis and the snowmobiles,
Yeah.
they are two strokes, but they have their own oil mixing nozzles and everything. So you just put regular gas in them, and then it mixes its own mixture.
Oh, badass. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that, but yeah. No, I got sick and tired of keeping around different variation mixtures of fuel, and did I get the right one in this one, or
I was
Yeah.
wondering how much of a difference it makes.
Right. Well, it does, because if you don't get the right mixture in your shit,
Yeah.
you'll burn the engines. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've lost a chainsaw that way before. My brother burned out a chainsaw. He put regular gas in it, and
Well,
instead of
I know if you put just regular gas in, but I didn't know if it made a difference with the mixture rating. Like if you used one tank of gas that was 20-1 instead of like 50-1, if it made much difference.
yeah, it does. It does. Things just start fucking up on you. I just got sick and tired of that crap, dude. I was so tired of dealing with that shit. I was just like, you know what?
Go ahead.
I was just like, screw this, man. I got electric weed eaters and electric chainsaws, shit like that. So
Battery powered or cord powered?
cord powered, and then I just run the generators.
Well, when you run your generator, do you run it to your battery packs first and then run your batteries off the inverter to run your power source, or
No.
do you run the generator straight to your appliances?
Straight to the units. Yeah.
So what's your max power load? Like, do you ever hit the wall where you can't run certain things at the same time?
Right. It's like I can't. The 5500 is the main one I use for my shop, and it runs the well, and it can operate the saws at the same time. You'll notice the draw difference, but you can't run the well and the hot water tank. The hot water heater
Right.
on at the same time on a 5500. You need something bigger for that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah, huh?
Good.
No, I was just gonna say, I was just telling tow truck that on the second truck I bought, it doesn't have an APU or anything. So I was looking at, I'm thinking about putting like maybe a 4K Onin or 4500 Onin with a mini split on the truck to run air conditioning, heating.
Yeah. In fact, you might. You know what? You might want to look into some of those little swamp cooler deals. They run on USBs, man. They'll cool down your truck.
Mm-hmm.
That's a low draw.
Your low draw. They're 5-volt, man.
You can almost do that with a lithium pack and an inverter system off of it.
Well,
And
right.
you charge it when you're driving down the road.
Well, right, exactly. And you can run off your system, your 12-volt system. Just put the USB inside socket. You know what I'm talking about? The USB
Yeah.
insert and like a cigarette lighter up, and then turn around, plug in these little cubes, man. They're only like about 6 inches cube,
Yeah.
and they're little air conditioners, man.
I don't know that would so much work though in like Florida or Alabama or something like that where it's so hot and humid. Because if it's a swamp cooler type setup,
I'm on. I tell you what, I've heard that's a big difference, but I don't think it's much of a difference where you are because, you know, I don't know. I really haven't tried it differently, you know. But I do
right?
know that I don't care where you are when it rains and the wind blows, it's colder no matter where you are. You know what I'm saying?
Top one.
It's the same as like when it rains and it cools off everything and the wind's blowing, it gets cold. I don't care if it's a summer day.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I imagine it's going to work as much like that too.
Right.
Yeah.
I just know like whenever I get like the truck for some reason keeps a whole lot of humidity in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know, it's like an oven box in here sometimes.
Right. Right.
So you have to have a pretty strong air conditioner in here
Well,
to
that's all
knock
that
the heat
sweating
off.
you guys have been doing.
It is. It's like a sweat lodge in here sometimes.
Right. Well, you know, you work it up like that, you know, it'll do that. It's fogging the windows up, bud. That's when you turn on the defrogger.
The now this truck, I was telling Totroy, like this truck has an APU on it that has its own standalone air conditioning system,
Oh,
and it
really?
works pretty decent. But it's made by Thermo King. They do refrigeration units for semi trailers and stuff,
Right.
and they're pretty much the only ones that'll work on it. And so, and if you can get into one, they know that they can fuck you any way they want, and you've got no choice but to pay it. And it's honestly not that reliable. Like, I have to get service done on it quite a bit, so I was looking at putting my own
Really?
system together.
What kind of service they got to do on it on a regular basis?
And it's just like, oh, this electrical cord broke, or this, bearing went out, and I don't know. Every time I go in, it's $1,000 to $3,000, $4,000.
What?
Oh, dude, it's ridiculous. We probably now my parents owned this truck before I did, and between me and them, like the system's like $10,000 to $12,000 new, and we've probably spent $20,000 in repairs.
Wow. That's
Between
ridiculous.
them and I, and it's huh?
I'd probably spend, I think those little cube coolers are like 20, $30 a piece.
Yeah.
I'd buy like 3 or 4 of them and set them up, man.
I was thinking about putting some on this like a RV setup, and then no matter where I'm at in the country, I can get it worked on an RV dealership.
How many batteries your truck got?
So this got 4 lead acid batteries. No, I'm sorry, these are AGMs now.
Right. Yep, they're AGMs, and they're set up for 24 volt, right?
I believe that it does have one of the circuits is 24 volts for the starter, maybe. But for the most part, this whole truck runs off 12 volt.
Right.
And it runs all 4 of the batteries in 2 different sets of parallel circuits.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
Parallel circuits? That would make 12 volts, double the amperage, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I think that there is one, at least on the a little bit older trucks, there was one circuit that would run 2 of the batteries in series, and that would run like the starter. Because the trucks used to be, everything on the trucks used to be 24 volts.
Right.
Because they didn't really know how to separate it. Now the computer separates the power out. And
Yeah,
it
it runs it through a reducer.
right. So
Yep.
it'll run certain wires in series and then certain wires in parallel. And the computer, if it gets a cross signal on that, the computer will basically gate out the other voltage.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but this truck might be all 24, but I know it's got 4 batteries, and they're I think they are 850 cold cranking amps on these.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's not bad.
No, and I just went and I went and got Duracell AGMs on it a couple years ago, and they seem to hold the power better than the lead acid.
Yeah, they do. And you don't got to keep checking them for water and shit like that.
Right. Right. They actually handle the heat changes a little bit better too. Because I mean, this truck goes anywhere from, down in the deep negatives to 120 some degrees in Death Valley.
Right.
So. What did you say?
Oh Lord.
So, but yeah. So, where are you guys at now?
We're just outside of Orlando.
Oh, okay. So you're still down in Florida?
Yeah, we just picked up some pre-production Mercedes for a photo shoot in Tampa, and then we're taking those back to Atlanta to the Mercedes carpool, and they're going to do some work on them.
Deborah saying, "Wizard, we are not truckers. We don't like."
Dude, the new S class has a 3-dimensional dash. Oh my gosh, it's so badass.
You got a what?
I said you sit in it. The new Mercedes S class, and the whole dash is 3-dimensional.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and then the seat in the new Mercedes is like has little motors and forms the seat to your body.
Did you break your finger?
No, I tried to cut it off.
Oh really? It's like you got your fuck you finger all messed up. Huh?
Oh, fuck you, finger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got it totally messed up.
It's one of those French ticklers, right?
Right, exactly. I actually probably should have gotten like some kind of stitches on it or something like that, but we super glued it together.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
And then you put a rubber on it. Is that what you did?
No, I just held it together and threw some glue on it. Then I put, this
looks
is
like
like
you got
vet tape.
Hey, Florida? Yeah, you're down by Florida.
Yeah, what's happening in Florida?
What up?
Hey, he can make you mobile, Florida.
You know who I got to see today, Wiz?
What'd you forget to see today?
No, you know who I got to see today?
Who'd you got to see?
Chameleon.
Who?
Chameleon.
Marion.
Chameleon.
Chameleon? Oh, really?
Oh yeah, Lizard. Yeah, he said he was gonna see you. Yeah. Yeah, he said he might see you. Yeah. Yep.
Is he?
We got
Yep.
drinks with him
Cool.
today.
How old is he?
Cool.
How old is he?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Like, is he in his 30s or something?
Well, don't
He's
go
25 minutes old.
Yeah, 25
He's
minutes
about
old.
25 or 30 minutes old.
Is- right. Nah, he's doing good.
Yeah. I was like, because I'm always trying to get a hold of him. I mean, he and I used to talk every day.
Right.
But yeah, I'm always trying to get a hold of his ass, and he never can get around to responding to me. But thankfully, he was able to get a hold of me while we were in town, and yeah, we went and had some drinks with him.
Oh, cool. Good
It
deal.
was nice actually being able to put a face to the name, and
So he doesn't have scaly skin?
he's not as scaly as I thought he would be. I was expecting a little more similar, like, resemblance to, like, Hillary and stuff, but
You're going to ruin his reputation now. Turtle in the house. Salute. Hey, Skulldrazer. What's happening?
Hey, I got my truck running today.
You did?
Yeah,
Is
that
it-
big block.
Yeah?
And I just got to adjust my valves. It runs, man. Thing's a beast.
Nice.
no, that's Florida. I don't think Florida Explorer. I don't think you've met Darkside.
No.
Hey, man.
What's happening?
And when we were talking to Liz
Something
earlier,
here.
he was saying that you weren't too far from like Gainesville. Yeah, isn't that what he was saying?
Yeah, like 40 miles north of Gainesville. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right on.
On 75. Yeah. Exit 427.
Well,
There
don't
you
give it all away, Jingo. Boxing yourself.
Florida fucks on the first date.
Yeah, yeah, Florida. He could hook up to your trailer there and make you mobile.
And what?
He could make you mobile.
Make you mobile.
I don't need it moved. Hell. It's all right here.
Isn't there
Well,
like
let's move it in the middle of the night. You can wake up in a totally new destination. I'm just kidding.
aren't there like
Shit,
a
I'm
bunch
trying to
of
stay
cool
my ass
springs
here,
up
deeper in the cushion.
there?
What were you saying, Dark?
I said, isn't there like a bunch of cool springs up there?
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. There's hundreds of springs.
That's what I thought. Because, gosh, what is that
Hundreds.
guy's name? There's a guy I used to watch his videos. He did
Dallas MD.
scuba diving. Huh?
Dallas MD or something.
Yeah,
Does
maybe
he
it
go
might be
scuba
that one.
diving?
But he did scuba diving in like the rivers and stuff, and went and found shit like guns and like all kinds
Yeah.
of shit. People like freaking.
chicken strips guy. I like him. He does a bunch
Yeah.
of magnet fishing and shit.
He went into the river right where I put in at on my kayak.
Yeah.
Yep. Right
So
there.
you
That
do
bridge,
it
he found a
sketching?
I saw one where he went in. He put in next to one of the springs up there, where a lot of people like tube and everything like that. He found all kinds of wallets and cell phones, GoPro cameras.
Where is this again?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's cool
Like
up here.
apparently people are extremely careless with their belongings whenever they go tubing.
Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? Jump in the water and get it?
Fuck yeah, I would.
I mean, some places
I
you can't
actually
really see.
I dropped a pair of glasses off my head at the boat dock, and I jumped into the water and freaking swam down to the bottom and found them. Because They were nice glasses, and I'd be damned if I'm gonna lose them.
Right. You pay $40-$50 for a set of sunglasses or some shit, right?
Right. I mean, and it's not like the water's that big of a deal to jump into and swim down.
All right. You can
Yeah.
get out before
Some
the
of it.
monsters get you.
Right. I don't know. We don't have a bunch of like monsters and critters in our lake back home
Oh,
like you
shit.
all do down here.
Yeah. There's some.
Like
We got some.
you
They
might
got
get
some.
nibbled
They
on
got
by
got some
little bitty
bugs and
fish.
shit.
Like a
They got
little
some-
rainbow trout might come and mess with you a little bit.
No, but they got
That's
shit
about
down there. They got shit down there that don't got names yet.
Right?
Fucking
In Lake Mead, they have catfish that'll eat you.
yeah, that's in the Mississippi. Yep, you damn straight. They got catfish big enough to eat people. There's divers.
And then Lake Mead, there's the crazy red-eyed ducks that attack you.
Well, there's
See,
divers
the
that
trick
had to
is
go
you
down.
got to stay
Somebody
out of their
jumped
mouth.
off a dam or something like that, and they sent divers down to go check it out or recover the body or whatever. And they were like, we're not going down there again. They went down and came back up. They're like, there's fish down there that could eat me.
Right?
I'm not going down there again. Nope.
Or snakes or alligators or
Just bring this guy, because
alligator gar.
he scares away all of the alligator. He's yet to see one.
I've never seen an alligator in the wild, and I've spent
Oh man.
years
We went
and
to
years down
Okeechobee.
here.
We went over to Okeechobee,
Dude, I-
and you couldn't even see any at Okeechobee.
Dude, I fed one some pizza one time and got it on video. I was kayaking. I
it's
took my
just
lunch
hard
break and it swam right up to me, man. So I threw it some pizza and it fucking ate it.
Wow.
I videoed it too, man.
Yeah, it's just like
Dude, I
seen
took one
alligators
trip.
that
I saw
look
so many gators. That trip, I saw so many gators I didn't want to see anymore. Honestly, I honestly saw enough I did not want to see anymore.
He was scared
One
to be
was
where
so
he
big,
was.
dude. It was like 100 degrees, and when I seen that gator, my fucking blood ran cold, and I had goosebumps. It was like
Wow.
110 out there. That scared the piss out. It was bigger than my boat.
Shit.
I mean, it moved in like extremely fast, you know, and I wouldn't even have seen it if I wasn't even looking at it. And I happened to be looking, and it was big, man. It was big. I said, "So you can have it. I'm done. I'm out of here. I had enough."
Yeah, I just I've
It's big
looked
ones.
in all of the bayous and the swamps and everything, all the back roads, and everybody I ask is always like, "Oh yeah, well there's a gator that just lives right behind the house. Just walk 10
Yeah.
feet over there, you'll see him."
You
And I've
gotta watch out for the moccasins.
never
The
seen
gators,
one.
you can see them.
I have seen moccasins and cottonmouth and everything. Just never any gators. We actually
Gators
went.
are all right. They won't mess with you, really.
We went jet skiing on the Big Cypress Bayou out by East Texas, up by Texarkana,
Yep.
and I sucked up some kind of stick or something like that to the impeller on my jet ski, and I was floating down the river. They grabbed a hold of me and dragged me to the side, and we propped it up on this log. And when we decided, we had our hands up underneath the jet ski, couldn't get out whatever was blocking my impeller, so we decided to shove it back in the water, and we're going to tow it back to the truck. Well, when we shoved it back into the water, the log that it was sitting on kind of rolled, and there's a freaking water moccasin sitting right there next to the impeller where we were screwing around with our hands underneath the whole time.
There was a what sitting right there? What was sitting right there?
A water moccasin was sitting right next to where we were sticking our hands underneath the jet ski.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you from my coffee.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah. Dude, them things, man, that's what you got to watch out for.
Yeah.
I get them out here. Last one I seen was right outside my door. And they're
So,
mean.
Skull, you said you're messing with
They're
acid.
mean.
You're doing acid engravings?
What?
Skulldredger was saying something. He was playing with acid. He's doing etchings on steel or something.
Man, dude, I can't believe
We're
he runs.
We're gonna go take showers.
Have fun.
If you're still on, when we get back to the truck, we'll jump back on.
Yeah, wash off all that sweat.
Shut up.
Yep.
Punch you in your face.
Yeah. You just. What? I embarrassed Kate. Holy shit!
Oh, I'm blushing.
Yeah, she's glowing. Oh no! All right, guys, have fun. We'll see you.
We'll catch you later.
See you later.
I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Man, dude, I rebuilt that motor and I didn't know if it was gonna run, man. I never had heard it run before.
Did you do a video?
No. My buddy that knows about that shit, man, fucking had it. Took about an hour, but he wired it right up. It ran.
Oh, yeah?
I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Got the
Did you drive
cam
it
broke
around?
in. No, the back brake is locked up on one side. I got to loosen that up and then adjust the valves. And something else. But something with the radio, I got to do that. Flush it a little.
All right.
It runs good. I couldn't believe it. Man, no leaks. I got this dude gave me a aluminum fuel tank. It's like a wedge shape. And yo, canoes.
What's up?
But
Hi,
I
Canoes.
cleaned it and then I drilled and tapped a couple holes and tapped a fitting hole and then like a plate and used RTV and fucking got that ready because it's got like an angled sump and a killer, man. That's cool as fuck. I heard it run. It runs good. Can't believe it.
Nice. So
now I'm gonna drive it. Put the bed on it.
I was gonna say, did you drive it around
to go on it? Not
I was
yet.
gonna say,
Not yet. I gotta loosen up that rear wheel because the brake shoes is locked up on that thing, man. On the one side.
All right. Just take it apart.
I did the other side already.
Did you?
Oh, what?
You already did the other side?
Yeah.
And once you take it apart,
try to find out what was going on with it.
You change out the shoes, you'll be good.
Yeah.
Those shoes get old.
What I did was, I think I busted some of them. I took some of the springs out of there so to loosen it up and just wouldn't engage all the way. Put it back on. I got front brakes.
You got front brakes,
So
right? That's the ones that important. Those are the important ones.
I'll just have to slow down ahead of time.
Yeah. You'll get that squared away soon.
Think about when I want to slow down and do it. Yeah. And I can't believe it though. It runs. It sounds good. Surprised, man. Very surprised. That's been a couple of years right there.
If you follow directions, you can do a good job. It's not that hard.
Never owned a Ford in my life.
Yeah, but the hardest part about doing any of that stuff is just doing it. Getting your hands in there and
buddy,
get it done.
He knows about the Ford.
Right.
he knows about them Fords. You know, he helped out big time. He gave me that aluminum tank, so I says, could you use a Holly carburetor? I says, how about I give you that, man? Because he didn't want nothing for it.
Oh,
And it's
wow.
nice. It's 14 gallon. Yeah, 14 gallon aluminum. Nice. You know, it's used, but perfect. So I gave him that Holly carburetor that I had, and he wasn't expecting that. So I guess he got it. He got it running, man.
Nice.
Yeah, that was killer, man.
Yeah. Well, that's cool, man. I'm glad you wasn't
Now I can
wasting
do a
all that.
video, I guess.
Yeah, you should go out there, start it up, and make a video tomorrow during the daylight. And hell yeah.
Because boy, it was 10:30 till, you know, and then once it popped off, man, he was ready to go. You know.
Yeah.
That was cool as fuck, though. He fucking wired up that harness for you, man.
Nice.
Just, you know, from going from one, because it's got the 70 coming out the dash, and the alternator is a 78. You know, the motor and shit,
Oh yeah.
and voltage regulator and stuff. So he knew where all where all the wires go supposed to, you know, because the voltage regulator has IASF, and like one is key hot, one is always hot. The field goes to the alternator. He knows all that shit, you know, and I knew it, but wasn't no way I could have done all that.
Right.
He did it, man. He couldn't believe it, man. He's good. I'll tell you that.
Deborah, what is normal shit? We're still trying to figure out what the fuck normal is. I all my life I've been looking for something normal. I don't know what the fuck that is because I've never seen no normal. So I don't know what normal shit is.
It's normal.
Normal.
Yeah.
Joe says cantaloupes are tasty. Wherever that
truck
came.
computers, no. Man, this is a cool. If you knew what all I did, I did a body swap to this thing, man. It's a 70 sitting on a 78 chassis. It looks cool, man. It's pretty mean sitting out there like that. It looks pretty good.
And what?
And it runs.
What? So you got the front clip off of it still?
No. Nope. I got a whole grill on it. The grill's on it.
Nice.
I'm gonna put the bed on.
So Skull said he's doing PCB boards. What kind of a circuit are you building there, bro?
And some of those are kind of hard to solder onto, ain't they? The pump just blows air into the exhaust to help burn the morning. The air pump just blows air into the exhaust. Yeah. Yep.
EGR.
But that's on a diesel, right? Deborah can't stand the mechanic and talk.
Right. She's like, no.
Yeah, no gators, no cottonmouth.
Right.
Plenty of cheese, though, eh? Plenty of cheese
right.
in Wisconsin, eh?
Lots of cold. Lots of cold.
And libtard college students.
So Canoes,
They're
how
just
was you
giving away all that cold?
How was your day?
Making plastic towers was rated by ATF to shut down. Legos? You mean the Lego? They raided the Lego tower store?
No,
I was being a smart ass.
ATF rated a company called Polymer 80. They make 80% lowers for ARs. And their reasoning is, oh, they're ghost guns and they're illegal and all this bullshit, which they're not. They're just trying to be douchebags.
Boy, I tell you, man, but ghosts' lives matter. They can't be out there killing them ghosts.
Yeah, ghost guns.
Gotta put a stop to that shit.
Killing ghosts. They're dead already. You can't kill a dead thing. The modular synth. Awesome.
For modular synth. So can you solder onto those PCB boards?
Yeah, you should be able
or
to.
Or do you put the connector in the other side and then solder to that connector? I'm just guessing. Because they have a coating on them, I thought, that prevents you from soldering onto it. But
well,
you can get
have
something to stick on there.
No, you get what's called wick. And you heat it up and you pull all that crap off of there and all the old solder off of it. And then you can
a solder sucker.
Yep. It looks like a candle, like a weave.
Yeah,
wire.
It's like a braided copper wire, and you just heat it up and it draws the solder out of the board into the wick.
Okay. So, but see, Skuldrays are made like a bus bar, maybe similar to like that, like a power block, maybe. That's what you made. You can solder the hell out of them. Okay, I didn't know that. They only have the coating. If I add, okay, gotcha.
I looked into a couple years ago about making homemade PCBs. It's an interesting process. There's different ways of doing it.
You just make it.
One of the easiest methods that I saw using laser print. They were using laser printers, and to put I forget the exact process that they were using, but it had something to do with the toner.
Damn.
Yeah, because everywhere that the toner's not, it will solder to.
Yeah.
Or something like that. It'll lay down the wave solders. That's how wave soldering works.
I don't even know what that is. I'm really kind of learning this electric shit.
Like you could buy a blank PCB board that had the conductive copper coating on it, and then put your stencil for the circuitry pattern on it, and hey, you know what happens when you run an electric current through a goat?
It hurts. He goes, ah!
Oh.
That's what happens.
That's what happens. Damn goat starts screaming. Rock on.
Abusing them goats, man.
Yeah, I knew a guy in PCBs. He had his personal business card, the actual little PCB card. They were kind of cool.
Dude, man. I ain't never owned a Ford or a big block. Can't wait to drive.
What size is that engine? 351?
400M.
Oh, the 400M? Yeah.
I put a intake and carb, a cam, piston rings, bearings, oil pump, timing chain.
Basically rebuilt the whole engine. Did you do the bearings?
Yep. Got like a little bit higher lift cam. Didn't do nothing to the top end except clean the valves and the stems and change its seals, which those seals ain't nothing.
Right.
It's just like a rubber boot. That's
and
it.
Fords are nice that way. All you do is tighten down the rocker arms. You don't have to. There's no adjustments on them.
Okay. Well, my issue. Okay. Well, that's where I'm at now. I got to adjust my valves and fire it up
Should
again.
be
Let it.
tighten down. With Fords, it should be just tighten down the rockers.
Right. I think I got a couple too tight. He said he could hear it. See, I couldn't hear. I couldn't tell. But I could hear something. Ticking. But he knows about that shit. So. Hey,
Yeah,
it
you
ran.
might
It surprised me.
Yep, you might
Sounds
want to
good.
back off some of those, but that's only because it might be interfering with the cylinder. You might want to do that right away because that can end up bending your valves.
Right. Or if it's holding one open, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. If there's an obstruction, then yeah, you got a problem.
Yep.
Right.
And see, I had to like break in that cam and shit. All that shit was zinc. I had to use that zinc and shit. So.
Oh yeah, but
Well,
just let it idle. Don't gas it up and rev it
we
out.
ran it for 5 minutes.
Right.
Got it hot. Got it hot. And
got it hot. Yep.
Yeah.
And then you cut it off.
That he said that's good. That would account for that's my like so-called break-in.
Well, you need to do that a few times before you start driving it around. Okay. Get it to run to where and get it to where you're comfortable with it. Let it get warm again, and then shut her down, and then let her cool down. And then after you do that a couple times, and you're comfortable with it running, just start it up and let it idle for about 30 minutes. Let it get hot and stay hot and running and checking and be listening and watching it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I'm listening.
Okay. And once you got it there, shut it off, let it cool down, retighten everything after that.
Okay.
Go back through and check all your torques on all your head bolts and intake stuff.
Okay.
And then let it run for 30 minutes. And if everything's still solid after that, you're good to go. Just don't take it above about 2,500 RPM for about, I would say, about a good 20 to 30 hours worth of driving. I wouldn't take it above about 3,000 RPM at all.
Okay.
Just, some coasting, some light driving around the neighborhood, maybe. Don't get on it. Don't roar it yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Don't spinning no tires and shit like that. But you want that to break in properly. And if you do it right, man.
I am too. I mean,
it'll last you forever, dude.
Yeah, well, I ain't in that big of a hurry because it takes me a long time to do shit sometimes.
But yeah,
I'm on the right track though.
I try to keep the RPMs down below 3,000 for the first, week or two.
Okay.
All right. So you get them. Generally they say like you get about 500 miles on it, then it's ready to go forever. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, that thing's been sitting 4 years, but I rebuilt it and then it sat for like another almost 2 years because I had issues.
Right.
But
issues, right?
And plus, to turn it over, man, it takes so much current, and when I would get it to where it was almost fire off, my battery would die. The cables would heat up and my battery would die. I didn't have enough fucking push that to turn that. And when I had all them issues, I didn't have time to work on it over there where it was. So that's when I had it towed over here, and then I've been working on it since, little by little. Thought I would have done it sooner, but
kick ass.
Yeah, man, I can't believe it. It ran, dude. I can't believe it, man. That thing sounded good.
Yeah,
so far,
that's awesome.
No leaks.
So, Colonel, what is it that nobody seems to know? Colonel. Dev took off. Oh man, sorry, Dev. Not sure what you was looking for, but we wasn't talking about baking cookies.
Oh, fusible link. It wasn't. Damn, I lost my shit. Let's see. Crap.
So,
Did I lose y'all or something?
in the news today. What'd you see in the
Everything
news today?
Me?
I saw something interesting. Don't know if it applies to us here in the United States, but apparently over in the UK, if you have a PayPal account and you haven't been active on it in a while, they're going to start charging you for inactivity. Watching has PayPal, at least log into your account.
If you have a
sorry,
PayPal
the only
account,
thing I saw
what?
scroll.
Hold on, you're breaking up a little bit.
That's
You said if
hang
you
on
have
a
a
second.
PayPal account, they do what?
If you have a PayPal account that is inactive, like you haven't used it in a long time, they're going to start charging you for inactivity. So you'll get a service fee for not using it.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah, but it was a UK article, so I don't know if that applies to, everywhere or just in the UK.
Dude, this thing bounces like a rubber ball. It'll bounce all the way across the room. You'll drop it and it'll go boom, boom, poing all the way across the room.
Yeah, I hardly ever use PayPal, so it's not an issue for me.
Yeah, I use PayPal here and there, especially with my eBay stuff. It just makes it easy.
Yeah. I need to reactivate my eBay so that I can start selling some of my dad's shit.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know what? I can't say I'm very optimistic about fucking selling shit. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I'm not having luck.
Yeah, a lot of people are broke right now.
Yeah. Yep.
I got $2. $2. $2.
Well, I haven't busted into my change collection, you know what I'm saying, or anything like that, but it's getting close.
Yeah, I got a bunch of silver coins that I inherited that I need to get appraised because I don't know nothing about that stuff. It's old stuff.
1908 peace dollars, stuff like that.
Oh, no, I'm talking like early to mid 1800s.
Ooh, you're talking about the Liberty Heads.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, those you need to have those graded.
Yeah, I'm not going to just take them to the local, pawn shop,
right?
Or the doofy little coin shop or nothing. They need to get appraised professionally.
Yeah, one of the mints.
I should one of these days. I need to call Aaron one day when he's sober because he knows some of that stuff.
Right. He there's some of these places like the silver mints and the gold and silver coin mints. They will grade stuff for, I think it's for free. They'll take a look at your stuff and grade it for you.
Emerald, how do I make a little thing that where I can adjust my valves without my valve covers on?
Well, what I used to do is I went to a junkyard and got a valve cover.
Okay. I
And
got
then
an extra one, but it ain't for that.
it's not the same. You got to get the one the same size, the same
Yeah.
for that engine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you don't cut away the whole thing. You just cut holes
Right.
above where you're,
Yep.
above where the nut. So you can stick the socket through and do that. Now you shouldn't have to do that a whole lot with a Ford. So I mean Fords now I'm not real certain, but from my understanding, especially the older Fords, yeah. Oh shit, yeah, dude.
Wow. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Now you know what? You can set some of those. I don't know. I would talk to them about it beforehand. I'd get them graded and find out what they are. And check into what I've heard people doing is they'll soak it in Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? For
Yeah.
like overnight or
Yeah,
something.
the carbolic acid will help clean it off. Yeah.
Yep. And then they'll use a toothbrush just to take off all the dirt and age, as much as possible. Wow. Yeah, that one's pretty worn.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a heavy circulated.
That looks like it's worth something.
Oh yeah, none of these are in collector's condition.
Check that out. Wow, look at
That
that.
one
What
looks
is
like
that?
it might be if it got cleaned up, dude.
That looks cool, just like it is.
1882.
Yeah, that one looks like it. Look at the detail. You want to look at the detail in the face.
Oh
The
yeah.
big.
Some of them are
Yeah.
they're not that badly worn. They're just tarnished all to hell.
Right. You can get silver cleaner and it'll clean that shit up quick.
But I've always heard that you never want to, clean your silver before you have it appraised, because if it has a type of tarnish, it might add to the value or something. I'm not sure.
The patina can make a difference.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think, the oldest coin that I got is the first one I showed you. It's a 1827 penny.
Really?
Yes. Show that one.
Yeah, I ain't seen that one.
It's pretty war.
1829. Whoa, that's cool. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. You did show that one just a minute ago, right?
I thought that was one of those Liberty Head dollars.
No, it's an old penny.
Wow. Is Wizard Oregon custom made?
I don't know what that is. That's not you, is it? No.
Is Wizard Oregon?
Probably another. There's a whole bunch of emeralds and wizards and stuff like that.
I got a couple from the 1920s that are still pretty bright.
That's weird.
Oh, wow.
That's the one that I have in my bolo tie from my great grandpa.
Is that an Australian one or something?
No. Wow.
Looked like it had a.
What do they call them? Peace dollar.
No, it was the walking, or the Lady Liberty with the spikes coming out of her head.
Right. It's kind of
hard with the yeah.
There it is.
Cool. That's weird looking, man. That crown is weird looking.
Yeah. And this one's in 1878.
Man.
That's one of those. Is that a Greek coin?
No, it's U.S. It's a U.S. silver dollar.
Liberty Head. Yep.
I forget what the type they call it.
The Liberty dollars, man. That's what those are. I think. That's what they call them. or Freedom Dollars or something like that.
I know Chevy has a little clip that you just clip on there. I don't know, rocker arm to keep it from squirting oil. You ever seen them?
There's a 1909 half silver dollar.
Oh wow!
You don't see too many of these. Yeah.
I ain't never seen one of those. Must have been before I was born.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Oh shit!
I had some nickels and discovered that there's a very rare nickel. I guess I don't remember which way it goes, but there was one where the buffalo
Chester Copperpot. That's a funny name.
Yeah. Now this is my oldest coin. This is a 1864. So Civil War era 2-cent piece.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
2-cent piece, man.
Let me give you my 2
Oh,
cents.
truck. I mean, is that the name of your Etsy shop?
I have an 1860. I got 10 1860 Mexican silver dollars. They call them 10 Ds.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've got 10 of them, man. They got more than an ounce of silver in them, and it's all absolute pure silver.
Hey, they put something in the solder to make it smell good. Have you noticed that?
No, I've never really noticed the smell of my solder.
Yeah.
I think you got it mixed up with your wax.
No, man, they have. I'm telling you, man,
That's not solder, dude. That's not flux. Okay, your weed wax does not work as flux. Okay,
dude, I use a shitload of flux too. A shitload of it.
Yeah,
everywhere.
Well, just be careful where you get it on, because everywhere you get it, it's gonna draw the solder to it.
I can't get my iron hot enough for it to do that. That's why I have to have all the flux, so that when it does get hot enough, I can smear it into it and hopefully get some on it. Because it's, yeah.
Right. I get you.
But man, I'm telling you, this shit smells good.
I'm not sure, dude. I'm gonna have to get some soldering going too, because and now that it's getting cold, too cold to do shit. If it's sunny outside, I can still work in the shop in here and do my soldering. Yeah, rosin core. Yeah, solder.
If I could figure out how to turn my hand in relation to the camera, I'd be doing okay. But
it's okay.
Every time I move my hand, it's always the wrong way.
Well, what kind of solder iron you got? Just a rod?
Just put my other one back together, and I haven't tried it out yet.
I bet you could use that heating element you use on your bong. You could use that to solder with. Oh, that thing? Yeah. That's not a great deal.
Can I cut some of the length off of the ends of this and would make it hotter?
I don't know about making it hotter. I'm not real certain how that works just yet, because I've never really worked with those, but I know you can change the tips on those.
Okay, now I've got some wire. It's that gauge. It's real stiff. It's like spring wire. It's real hard and stiff. It's like real hard. But if I bent it, it would probably heat up real hot right there at that spot. If I bent it and then put each end in here just like this, it's the same gauge almost.
I'm not familiar on how that works and making it hotter, but yeah.
I'm gonna try it.
I've I've got one of those desk units that you set and my tip actually talks to the unit and tells it how hot it is. It's got the sensor in the tip, and I can tune that son of a bitch to any degree I want. You know, if I need 180 or I need it 230, you know, I can tune that thing in and make it as hot or as cool as I need it.
Hey, you know, Aaron, when he would live stream sometimes and I would be in the next room working, it would be like he was in the next room. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, talking about soldering and shit, you know, Skulldrazer thinks I'm looking at him.
Oh, you mean the name of my Etsy shop is Emerald City Farms. Emerald City Farms.
Dude, the fumes. Well, they're usually this stuff here smells like perfume, man. I wish I could show you what it's called.
Maybe you could get some.
Yeah, Skulldrazer. I've only got the yard game boards up there and some hickory husks. 10-pound box of hickory husks for smoking.
And that's it. That's all there is
barbecue.
to see on that, I think.
For barbecue smokers.
What's the melting temperature on that, Florida?
And I never used this before, and it's too thick. I don't like that thick shit, but
that's for
too
fucking
thick.
pipes.
Well, that's probably the reason that you're not getting hot enough. You need smaller solder.
Yeah, that's all they had.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
A shitload of it too.
Yeah.
And it smells too good.
Well, that's why they still got it, because nobody wanted it, because you have to use higher heat.
Dude, it seems
That's
like
for like
they only
working on
have
cars
one
and shit.
of anything anywhere.
Hey, Florida. That stuff right there. That stuff's for like working on car circuits and stuff like that, connecting wires in cars and shit like that.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, well, yeah, then you're good, but you need something hotter on your gun.
Yeah, because I couldn't get it to do what I wanted, and you know.
Well, take a look at some of that gun that you got. They sell the replacement tips for those, and put in like a high temp heat.
I had the tip somewhere, and it looks like a piece of wire, anyways.
Yeah.
And I think it may be fucking somewhere in that pile of fucking 20 lamps. So
Skulldrazer says I was just sniffing the fumes to see if we can.
Feels good. It used to stank though.
I vaguely remember that smell. The only time I ever did soldering was like in shop class back in middle school.
AZ said it's the nickel that's in it. There's a percentage of nickel in it, and that's what that smell is. And not to smell it, because it'll hurt you.
Okay, now Skulldrazer says if you add some mass to that tip, he said it could make it hotter.
Okay.
If you added some more steel to that or something, I guess. And then hold the trigger for a while.
Yeah.
So it heats up.
What if I just shorten that whole thing, the length, the total length of that rod?
Right, and let that son of a bitch get hot before you go to your solder too. Because if you put that solder against that tip, it'll suck the heat off of the tip.
Yeah. I wish I could just do it with this, man. My torch.
Oh yeah. Well. little tricky with that.
Well, not if you want your heat shrink or your whatever coatings on it to stay there.
If you want to get rid of that and the plastic mounting that it's on, yeah, it's good to go with the torch.
Let me get this shit off my fucking paper. Man, wish I could show you this gas tank, man. It's fucking killer, dude.
You missed it, man.
It's a wedge, like a wedge shape. I
Oh,
drilled and tapped a hole. Clean up good, man. That's awesome as a motherfucker, man.
Yeah. Racy says he's still laughing about last night. Yeah, Ryan shot a deer. His girlfriend shot the deer shortly after he did.
Let's see. More thermal. Okay, got to see.
And then they argued about who killed the deer. And then Ryan lost. Right. So he didn't get to take the deer. He made her sign the tag because he wasn't gonna fight over a dope. Racy said she shot the deer first. Well, that was one of the disputes. Yes, that was funny as shit. I was like, "Where's Carpenter?" We're talking deer hunting, and Carpenter's nowhere around. Like shit. Oh my god, that's funny stuff, though.
Oof, man, I'm not really a electrical guy, man. I'm just learning, really.
Well, as long as you keep your wires separated, positive, negative.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know basic. I know how,
That's what I'm saying. It's all just basic.
Yeah.
It's all basic, bro. You just got to maintain your connections. Make sure you got solid connections.
That's what I don't understand. Why do they run the negative to the frame? Why don't they just run it back to the battery?
It all runs back to the battery through the frame. That way, they only got to run positive wires.
I'm not certain that.
So your ground is everywhere.
That's what's happening.
Right, your ground is everywhere. So if you have,
I know, but it doesn't seem to me like that is possible. But I mean, it works, but I don't get that.
Well, metal is all kind. Well, on the older cars, they're all metal, so they got ground. Ground is everywhere.
Right, but okay, but you're riding on rubber tires.
You're not grounded to the ground. It's just the negative return to the battery.
Yeah, but how does it do that through the frame if it's not? It's not a circuit if it's grounded.
Yeah, it's
if all the power's running to ground everywhere it goes, it's not.
Yeah, but the negative on your battery is connected to the frame of your car.
I know. I mean, I get it. I know, but that's one thing I don't understand. I can't figure that one out.
It turns your whole car into the negative post of your battery.
Yeah, it should all run back to that.
It does. That's how it does it. But instead of it being a wire, all that metal is going back to the negative side of the battery.
I don't think that's happening. I guess it could be, but I can't see it.
Are we talking about how is the planet grounded argument again?
It's not. It's grounded to itself. What's it grounded to itself? The air around it?
It's the gravitational event horizon of the galaxy.
Is there a wire running back to the battery?
No, it's all wireless, man. It's wireless.
I don't know.
Electromagnetic energy. Wireless electromagnetic energies.
I don't think it's grounded.
Just huge. It's huge.
What? I expect you. You think you gonna lay down or something? What the hell is this? Am I in your spot? No, I don't. You know, I know how to like do the things, but
Cat's
you know,
farting on the camera.
shit, man. I started working on my first job was rebuilding the transmission gears on a '95 ZX11, and I did it. Took me 5 days,
Yeah.
and 5 whole work tables. I kept borrowing them from the, the other mechanics and having to line them up and line up all the parts.
Right. Right. You talk about the
And
transmission.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
they started using a hydraulic clutch, and them guys used to like try to speed shift it, and it would happen when it would clunk together, and then eventually when you get on it in second gear, it'd pop out of second gear and into neutral. And it was because the dogs and slots are wore out in between the gears, because one will slide over into the other and lock it.
Right.
And the only thing holding it is really like a slight angle, a very slight angle on 3 dogs. And then the other gear will have slots. And they didn't know, like the service manager didn't even know what the fuck those were. But they had replaced the shift drum, shift forks 2 or 3 times. And I told them what it was. It was dogs and slots. And they were like, what the fuck is that shit? I said, well, I know what that is. So took it apart, changed it, showed them, put it back together. It ran. I rode it. I drove it, man. Took it on 2 test drives. Once when I put the motor together, and then the next when I put the fairing on and all on it, And I think I got it up to 155, man. Whew. That thing would ride. Man.
Zoom Bait's in the house. What's up, Zoom?
What's up, Zoom?
Shit, that was my first job.
He says big bowl. Yeah, let's smoke a
Yeah,
big
he
bowl.
sounds like he's getting high as fuck. Yeah.
Sometimes ground just means a common connection. Well, that would be your like field or your neutral wire, right? Your common connection.
Barbo.
Or the green wire, right?
Yep.
Sometimes.
Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. .com.
I'm learning, but if I'm gonna do it, I'm not gonna do it the wrong way,
Well, most of it you can figure out.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
Because it's you're going to be able to figure out most of it.
Yep.
Just remember that most all metal in the older vehicles is ground. And when they refer to ground, you can run a negative wire from wherever you get attached to the metal and run your positive from the battery or from the fuse block.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Now, the one of the things you want to make sure of is some of those in the fuse blocks, some of those circuits in there, the fuses are key activated. In other words, when you turn on your key, they come alive.
Right.
Some of them are going to be always on.
Right. Right.
So test those and find out if it's key activated. You don't want to hook up a radio to an always on.
No. I know. Yeah. Yep. Gotcha. Yep.
And any added light systems, you want it added on after you turn on the key.
It's all stock. It's all there. I had pulled all the fuses when I thought I was having other issues. So
right.
I wanted to isolate any electricity going to the rest of the truck. It's still going to the fuse block, but I pulled the fuses out.
Right.
So
I got you.
It's hooked up to the switch, now, and I gotta do what you said and figure out what fuses I can put back in, put in, because I gotta run a hot for my fuel pump.
Oh, you got an electric fuel pump?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I wanted to be sure about my fuel, because I put a carburetor on there.
Do you have your guide for your fuse block? Or does it have it on there what it's for? Fuel pump, air conditioner?
No,
shit
my
like that?
fuse block is actually it's it takes those bus fuses. It's old. It's a 70.
Oh yeah. But a lot of times right on there they'll have this one's for heater fan.
Yeah, it is. It is on there. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Which I don't have right now. I have it, but
yeah,
not hooked up or connected.
But yeah, I wouldn't hook anything up to your headlight circuit. Don't do that one.
Headlights. That's it. I'm not gonna.
Right, because they're the hardest draw on that system.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
To avoid using that for any extraneous stuff.
Right.
You want to avoid that circuit, but let it do its thing with the lights and let it be all by itself.
Cool. Hell yeah, man. It's coming together. That's it ran. I can't believe it. That sounds like awesome. House wiring talk, which is house wiring shit, man.
House wiring is all different. AC, dude. AC,
right? I knew that, but
you want to hear a funny story about house wiring?
Okay, so
my house, after my grandfather passed away in 2003, my dad had to have the house inspected and everything. We had to have electricians come over to rewire some of the stuff. Yeah. When the electricians were here, they basically told my dad, they're like, do you mind if we video document this with a camcorder? Because it's the craziest thing we've ever seen, and we want to, be able to train our new, rookie employees on how to deal with like extremely outdated and fucked up, electrical systems. No shit. And then the same fucking thing happened because the other inspection we had to do, we had to have our chimney inspected because we got a wood burning fireplace.
Yeah.
And when they opened up the chimney cap and, sent the camera down inside the chimney, they're like, oh my God, there was so much creosote buildup on the inside that like, we're lucky that we didn't, burn the fucking house down.
Oh, wow.
Like there were creosote deposits, like 6 inches thick, 8 inches thick on the side, above the firebox and everything. It was, we're going to take pictures so we can show people some bad cases.
That's when things are fucked up, right? Next thing you know, the plumbers are going to be like, dude, this is like, I can't believe this pipe still exists.
The plumbing is fucked up too, man. I got some pretty major plumbing problems over here.
Right.
Like, okay, my the drain line from my kitchen sink joins the drain line for my bathtub, and they don't run downhill. They kind of run uphill. Huh. It's so fucked up. Yeah, like I can't use the bathtub. It don't drain.
You need a sump
it's
pump.
Fucked. I have a sump pump. I need that line diverted into the sump pump. That would fix everything.
There you go.
Run your bypass line. You can drill and tap Yeah, fucking
When the-
garden hose, one on each end.
when the
Fucking
plumbing
running.
inspector was here, he
That's a
made
good
my
idea.
dad
Drill and tap it at 2 ends. What, you know?
we had
Screw
to
the thing down in there.
replumb the basement because okay, we were forced by the city here about 15 years ago to tie into city water and city sewer because we used to have just a septic tank and a leach pit, and they made us disconnect that, crush the tank, and tie into the city. And they also made us, we have a shower in our basement, like a little stall shower, and our clothes washer and dryer down there, and the gray water discharge from the shower and the washer we had set to go straight into the sump pump. They're like, you can't do that, you got to put that into the city sewer. So they made us tie into that, and the next day after they gave us the certification, my dad replumbed it back into the fucking sump pump. He's like, I'm not paying extra money just to flush fucking washing machine water and shower
that's too
soapy
much
water. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, they gauge your sewer bill on your water.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The more you
we
use
haven't
there,
they
the more
haven't
charge
said
you.
anything about it since.
All right, they won't
So-
either. They'll still charge you for amount of for sewer based on your water usage.
Yeah,
that's
But it's
bullshit.
all fucked up.
That's
They don't
bullshit.
give a shit as long as they get their money.
Yeah. Just another way to tap your pocket of every cent you got in it.
That's why I don't pay a water bill no more.
Yeah.
I don't have an electric bill, no water bill, no sewer bill, no fucking gas. Well, I got gasoline and propane I buy, but
See, like I could switch off, some of the water here, because we do have a couple wells on the property.
yeah.
Thing is, I don't know that I would trust the well water. I would have to have it tested.
Yeah, I was
because
gonna say go get it tested. Yeah.
You
it's,
test it by drinking it for 20
we got
years.
a 27 acre.
Say what?
I'm talking about Roundup.
Oh my god.
Roundup runoff that gets into the wells from the field, because the farmer he uses Roundup every year. He always has.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust it either. I'd have to have it checked.
Yeah. Tow truck's taking off. Later, tow truck.
Later, tow truck.
Night, y'all.
All right, man. Dream well, Patriot.
We will.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Not involved. Switching to brain cell number 2.
Always good to have a backup.
Yeah. Yeah, brother. They still haven't returned that money, Canoes.
Are you kidding me?
No, they're gonna make me wait fucking 7 days. I contacted PayPal, and I says, hey, look, they fucked up this thing over UPS. They told me, asked me to get a hold of you guys. Well, guess what? I was waiting for them to come on text with me because you can't call in the fucking PayPal no more or some shit, and turn around and they didn't even get back to me. They just sent me a message saying, well, you're going to have to contact UPS and they're the ones that'll have to cancel it. And I'm like, oh, fucked up because they just told me to get a hold of you. And so I tried to call them back and they put me on hold and hung up on me. And so I was going to call them again tomorrow and see if I can't get them to cancel the fucking transaction so I can reset it. I hope that there was a discount that popped up the second time I tried.
It still hasn't been.
Well, they said in 7 days it'll fall off as a non-ship, and they'll refund the money automatically. And I'm sort of going.
Have you actually physically sent it out yet?
I didn't get when I went through and did the transaction, it wouldn't give me a fucking label.
Oh, okay.
And that's
Oh,
what
that's
the
right.
whole
Yeah, you did
problem
tell me
was.
about that.
Yeah, I called the UPS and I was like, "Hey, the lady found the transaction," and I was like, "Well, then just forward me the label on the email in the transaction." You know what I'm saying? Just send me the label so I can put it on the damn box and this is done. I can't do that. I'm like, sure you can. You found the transaction. Go in there and forward me the damn label, and this is over with.
I mean,
No.
right click, save as an image, and email it. Yeah, how fucking hard can that be?
I know, right? Right. I says you
Well,
found the
that's
transaction.
I knew I seen Wild Bill somewhere, man.
Yeah, he's lurking.
He's lurking. He was up earlier.
No, I'm saying I called him Wild Bill forever.
Yeah.
But then it was like Buffalo Bill.
And then 44 Magnum Bill Ghost or something.
All right. Okay. That'll work. Okay. I just thought I may have remembered something wrong sometime.
That's what I was to say.
I'm telling you, I've been calling him Wild Bill since he was lukewarm.
Since he was lukewarm.
For some reason. I'll tell you why. But now I suspect I may have read it. Wild Bill.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Ooh, time for
Since he was lukewarm. I'm gonna remember that one. I'll use that on him. I've known you since you was lukewarm, Wild Bill.
Dude, canoes, that's what you need. An external bypass pipe. Just tap you a hole and run you some metal tube and bypass your bathtub to your. Well, no, you gotta go upstairs, don't you? I don't know how you're gonna do that unless you could siphon it and get a siphon thing. You know
well, the problem is, okay, those two drain lines, the bathtub and the kitchen sink, they need to be like professionally snaked out, because there's been grease and crap build up in those lines for years.
Yeah,
it drains really fucking slow, so that's half the problem.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it would.
And there's probably some
be that
angle that you can't get
difficult
with a snake.
Thing to shunt in a bypass.
That's how that old shit is.
Yeah. Especially, with the bathtub, yes, there is.
You know, Harbor Freight.
This whole place was
sorry, go ahead.
Plumbed.
I was gonna say Harbor Freight has those the motorized snakes now. They've got the motorized snakes, and with like a 40 and 50-foot snake on it, the self-feeding. You know what I'm talking
I don't even know how to use a regular. I don't even know how to use a regular snake. I've never used one before.
Oh man, there's nothing to it.
There's nothing to it, dude.
Nothing
stick
to it.
the rod, stick the cable down the hole, and twist it.
just don't try to smell it when it comes back up.
Right.
Yeah, the tip of it. Don't try to breathe that shit.
If you get to a point to where it won't go any further, you twist it and push. At the same time, you keep twisting and pushing. It'll eventually work its way into the pipe, and you can go in further. And you take it all the way in as you can, as it allows for length.
Yep. Pull it back up on the end of it.
As you're pulling it back out, keep spinning it. You know what I'm saying? And just be ready for a yuck mess coming back at you. You know what I'm saying? Have gloves. Trust me.
Oh yeah.
And you keep pulling it back and you keep spinning it. That's why you got that twisty bar on it. All right. You lock that down and you pull it out and twist it at the same time. Then you unloose that lock and slide it up further and tighten it down, and then you twist it out. That's how you do it. Or you get the motorized one for about $200 up at Harbor Freight.
Well, I think the one that my dad had, it hooks up to a corded or a cordless drill, and it powers that way.
You don't need that.
Nah, that's kind of fucked up. Yeah, because of the.
Yeah. Like I said, I've never used it.
Oh, it's nothing to it, man. I got one right there outside of my shelf. I can show you how. I can show it to you. It ain't nothing to it.
It's just
I'll
a cable.
YouTube it some night.
Yeah, it's
I
just a
keep it
cable.
outside because it's rusty.
And you just push it down. You push it down into the drain and get it as far in there as you can, and then start the twisting to pull it back out.
Yep.
That's all.
Yep.
And it'll clean all that crap out of your pipe on the way back.
Just don't be trying to smell it.
Yeah. You know, last time, the one house I had back in Eureka, Missouri, they were doing that, and the dude pulled out pieces of pipe. He was like, dude, you ain't got pipe in there no more. It's just a hole through the concrete. I was like, oh shit, good thing this ain't my house. I was renting. I called the landlord and says, I ain't fixing this one for you. It works now. But I tell you what, it ain't draining. It's draining under the house, which is the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. Okay, my sump, the discharge from the sump like runs underneath the house, and I think it drains out like underneath our driveway, and then it just works its way back into the house. You know?
Oh shit! Yeah.
We have. I just found out this year that my sump actually there's a drain line that feeds into it from the sub basement, like below the floor.
Right.
I never knew that there was a discharge there until this year when my sump pump fucking took a shit.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Probably where it runs out. Where it runs out under your driveway,
5 to 6 inches of water in the window of the basement.
Right, splits off and connects right there.
Nah, but you run that pipe. You just have to rerun it. That's all. Yeah. Get you a backhoe and dig it out.
Well, I'm not looking to put in that much money into this place because it's probably going to be torn down in a couple of years.
Well, really? I don't know, man. Yeah.
Well, when we
most likely. You know what?
Because
you know the stuff. You keep talking about all this your dad left behind. You know what I'm saying? What about the stuff you don't know what he left behind?
Yeah, I'd keep all that shit, man. What are you moving?
No, I'm talking about.
I will be in a couple of years.
Oh,
I'd be like I'd get that app on my phone where I could see inside my walls, and I'd go over all the walls and shit.
No, I'd let somebody professional do it. If I was.
Now, we've grown up. Ever since I was a little kid, we'd always heard that my grandmother buried money around the farm. And there are a few spots here on the property that I have not physically looked at, in the buildings and everything, crawl spaces and an old root cellar that hasn't been accessed in about 50 years. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, I will definitely be checking those, before we do any kind of tear down here.
Yeah, do a little metal detector action out there because they was mason jars.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shoot,
my grandfather buried half of his down. Basement. He put a wall down the middle of the basement. Okay, and he turned around and he buried the other side of the basement. And he was putting cases of mason jars full of money in there.
Yeah,
and
we heard that she was putting away $100 bills and silver dollars and shit.
Dude, yeah,
back like in the late 40s, early 50s.
Right.
Oh, I'd be trying to find it.
Yeah, it'd be fun to check everything out.
You need some help. We'll
But
find
you're
it
looking.
now.
Well, see, the
You
thing
smell
is, he's looking to sell the property to probably a developer, whether it be for like.
Yeah, when we sell this place, it's going to be turned into a housing development. That's
right.
the best way to go. That's what people are looking for around here, because my particular city that I live in, it's the fastest growing city in the state, and it has been for over 10 years now. And we're running out of room for development. Like, I've got one of the last big empty plots of land in the city. So
Oh man.
there's
Yeah.
going to be, interest in it for sure.
Right. Now, you know what I was.
And we're zoned for agricultural too. So, we could sell it as a farm, and I'd have to look into it. I know we used to be zoned for commercial and heavy industry, but I don't know if we still have that.
Well, I would look into that and see what part of it is. The stuff right along the road, okay, I would try and get done as commercial, and then sell the part away from the road to a developer for a neighborhood housing.
Well, that's the thing. There's a
You're breaking up, man.
commercial wouldn't work because you're right back.
All right. So, but yeah, that's an interesting proposition. He's but yeah,
I forgot
that's
what
awesome
we
though.
were
All the
talking
property around him is
about. Oh yeah.
been developed up and stuff. So man, I mean, they're when you get to the housing development areas like that, they sell those a quarter acre for like $40,000. So you could end up with like $160,000 an acre kind of fucking prices on it.
We're looking, to get at least, I'm hoping, $12 million. That's kind of being conservative.
Holy shit, dude!
Man,
And a quarter of that's yours. Yeah.
Yep. 33 acres.
that's freaking awesome, man. I wouldn't tell nobody.
I could be like, yeah, Canoes, I knew you when you was poor.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no shit, dude.
Oh.
Guaranteed, if the stars align and I end up making out off with all this in a couple of years, and if I really come into it, I will sponsor a get together for the whole group.
That
I
would
will
be
make it.
badass.
I will make it happen.
Right.
I'll pay for everybody to show up somewhere. We'll hang out for a week or something.
That would be so fucking cool, dude. That would.
Hell yeah.
Fuck. I do know 10 acres attached used to be part of our property, and I could get the guy to sell it.
I wish I used to have some of the potbelly stoves I used to have, man. It'd be worth some money.
We wanted an old house. Yeah, it was an old Franklin stove.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Tell you what, though, I heard that fucking motor. I heard it run, boy.
You all got the ringing in your ears, don't you?
That was cool. That was cool. It runs.
Does it sound like a race car?
It sounded like a fucking something running. That's good. It did sound pretty mean.
It did sound mean. Yeah. I was gonna say, what kind of exhaust is it hooked up? Oh,
just
exhaust.
dual exhaust with mufflers. You know, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
loud here, which is good. I didn't, sound pretty
I
good.
used to love starting my shit up with just the headers. Whoa,
No, I don't have header. No header. It's stock for now, so I didn't see any leaks.
Nice.
Yeah, man, that's cool, man. It run. He said, oh, it'll run. I said, well, I don't know. I haven't heard it yet, but
And Chris Copan says you could use my yard.
Yeah. No, for sure. Your neck of the woods is, on my interest list of places to move to.
Yeah. This is the place. This is the out here's where Jesse James evaded law enforcement for all those years. This is where Jesse James, where his hideouts were. All kinds of caves and tunnels and all kinds of weird stuff out of here. I ain't even gone through my property yet for that kind of shit. Not too much, anyway.
See, like my place. Now, might be interesting to some people. Historically, we used to have a humongous, ancient tree on the side of my house. I think it was an old oak tree.
Yeah.
It was probably close to 150, 200 years old. I mean, this thing was a fucking beast.
Right.
The local legend has it that it was a meeting place for the local Indian tribes, like when the last couple of decades, when we still had wild Indians around this part of the country. And my property, I never really saw it that much. A couple of times as a young kid, I found a few arrowheads out in the field. But my dad said that when he was a kid and growing up in the 50s and the 60s, they would find arrowheads everywhere all over the farm.
Wow.
That's one of the things that I'm trying to look for. Somewhere buried in the house or in the barn is my dad's old arrowhead collection. That might be worth something.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That'd probably a little more valuable than the silver.
Yeah.
I don't think you're allowed to sell those.
Yeah, I think you can.
You get compensated, but you can't sell it publicly like that.
Yeah,
or some of
like
them
you could sell it to like an organization,
Museum.
like a museum or something like that, or a historical society,
or conservatory stuff like that. Yeah,
I know there's something like that here, or something.
actually, you could get that information for the conservation department there, Canoes.
Okay.
Yeah. The conservation department will give you the information you need about how to deal with those.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I need to.
Al Capone had places up here.
In fact, I got
Yeah, he had places near Cleveland too.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, you want to hear a cool story? Okay, my grandfather grew up on the west side of Cleveland in the early 1900s.
Up against the lake?
Just outside of Cleveland. Like the first big suburb west of Cleveland. He used to, do any kind of odd job that he could, to pick up money for the family growing up because of the Depression and everything. He used to be a shoe shine boy. He used to shine the shoes of like some pretty big names from the gangster era.
Right.
Elliot Ness, John Dillinger, law enforcement and criminals.
Oh, no shit. So he was a Johnny, huh? He was a Johnny?
Yeah, kind of.
Fire in the bowl.
He used to smuggle booze when he was a teenager.
That's what they used to call Johnnies. Yeah.
Yeah. My grandfather got his financial start when him and his two brothers joined the Navy when World War II started. And my grandfather, he started out in the Merchant Marines, and then transferred to what they call the Armed Guard, which was like later became part of the Navy. And basically, he was an anti-aircraft gunner on the Liberty ships, the cargo ship, merchant ships.
Right.
So he was doing convoys, across the Atlantic and the Pacific, and his first operational convoy right after he graduated his schools and everything was out of San Diego. And their first port visit was, I think they had to go down the coast to cross through the Panama Canal and come up the East Coast, and they went to England. He went the night before the ship sailed from San Diego. He says that he went across the border to Tijuana and bought a whole bunch of bootleg cheap liquor there and smuggled it back across the border and smuggled it and hid it in the ship. And when he came to England, he was selling it at like 500% markup to all the guys over there.
No shit. Yeah.
And that was the beginning of his, his financial empire.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Did the chat stop, or did we?
No one's posted in like 4 minutes.
This Copan, the last thing I see is Capone had places up here.
Yeah.
Talking about Wisconsin.
They might have froze. I don't know.
There's a inn or something on a lake that I think. Yeah.
I'm sure they're everywhere. Right.
Hell, in my town, we had the FBI show up about 10 years ago with a forensic investigative team, along with an archaeology team from a local university. And they brought ground penetrating radar because they had a credible tip that Jimmy Hoffa was buried somewhere in my town. And they ended up doing like a whole ground survey. Yeah, they were looking. The place they were looking at was an electrical substation. They had a couple of tips apparently that he was disposed of like either underneath or within the concrete foundation of the substation. So they brought the radar and they brought like a heavy equipment and drilled out a whole bunch of shit. He wasn't there. But yeah, he had a history of passing through here going from Chicago to Cleveland and Detroit.
Wow. I said, yeah, you could tear it up. You buy it.
But now
they had a warrant to search. Well,
then you might as well bend over and take it because you fucked.
Right.
If they turn around and cuff up, you better do that too.
It was Ohio Edison.
Historical value.
Find it later. Just messing with you.
Hey, Eyeball.
I'm just being stupid.
Chris says he's here. Yeah, he's like this to watch.
That's cool. That's why I was just wondering.
All right, it's working. Good deal. Yeah, no shit, man. So what do you think's gonna happen tomorrow?
Someone's gonna die.
If we all wake up.
Yeah, it's about time for that, dude.
In our own individual beds, separate.
Something's gonna get ramped up. It's gonna go to the next level. It kind of needs to.
Yeah. There's now's the time. I was thinking about this yesterday, guys, and I don't have any way to make any of this happen, but we need to encourage those that can to get out and attend these protests.
Yeah.
Stop the steal stuff, man. We gotta Numbers mean everything in this one.
I forgot to tell you. My mom.
Numbers mean everything in this one, guys.
My
If
mom
we
went
could,
to
if I had the money, I would go. If I had the money, I would also be helping other people go.
Yeah.
Okay. Just they've made sure I have no available operational funds whatsoever. So I don't even know why the hell things are the way they are. It's other than I can't.
It's like, a year ago, a bunch of us were going to the rallies like Lady Liberty and
One in
Battery.
Kenya.
All to the Virginia for the Second Amendment shit in Richmond and all that, but no one's able to do anything right now.
Yeah, this is me off, man.
That's funny. I was just thinking about Skulldrazer too, man. When he,
it's controlled opposition, restrictions because of COVID. I'm sure that's part of the plan to try and keep us, unable to, unite.
It's a hindrance in a way.
Strategic planning.
My mom had to go to Valdosta the other day to Moody and
Air Force Base.
Yep, get her military ID renewed. She said on the way on interstate in Georgia, there's nothing but Trump signs everywhere, packed on the interstate, both sides. I said, well, that's good to know. Everybody's got their signs up. What's up with the meteor shower? Man,
there's a channel on YouTube that was streaming the shower. I'll put it in the chat.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I'll put it up on screen.
Well, this is the name of the channel. I don't have the link. You'll have to search for it. It's called SLU. And they have all kinds of astronomy telescope streams all the time. And then, did you hear about the other mishap that SpaceX had? I think it was yesterday. They had a rocket that was getting set to launch, and the crane support that was holding it up inside a storage building collapsed, and the missile fell against the building. They haven't said if there's any significant damage to it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that just comes a couple of days after they had that launch where they successfully got the booster into orbit and did all its things and everything. But when it came down, right like as it touched the target landing area, it exploded spectacularly.
I think I saw that. Yeah.
They considered it an amazing success, though, because they were able to get a lot of data out of it, apparently.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, this okay. So Elon, SpaceX, that's Elon Musk, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. They've been making a big thing in the news last couple of days about him moving all his operations and moving personally to Texas from California and taking Tesla to Texas and everything. Now there's a huge, there's been a big population shift from California to Texas. And now it's starting to be corporate. A lot of businesses are leaving California to go to Texas to get away from the taxes and everything.
Right.
What the biggest name to announce they're leaving was today? Oracle.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Really?
That's pretty fucking big.
That's monster. That's let me tell you something. Oracle. Let me tell you guys, Oracle is one of those deep state organizations, dude. They're
in everything. Everything consumer electronic wise that you buy has some of their chips or some of their code in it.
Yes. That's like Sun. Nobody hears about Sun.
Sun
But
Microsystems. Yep.
everything.
He says he's hoping
Infrastructure-wise, Sun runs everything.
The other big one from a couple weeks ago, I think, was Hewlett Packard or whatever they call themselves now.
Right. HP, Hewlett.
I don't even know what Oracle is.
Oracle is a database information systems is what the core business is. They're AI logic.
Oh,
Okay. Oracle's everything. Oracle's
But they-
algorithm. You hear algorithms.
They started out with like information system exchange and the software and the chips to handle that. So, like, you know, the last 30 years, all the chips in your modems and everything came from Oracle servers, all that shit.
If
I mean,
it's
I've
tech,
heard of that name, yeah, but I didn't even. That's all.
Yeah, they're huge. They're one of Silicon Valley's biggest companies.
Okay.
yeah, that's huge. That's like Raytheon.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. No shit. Oracle's a lot like Raytheon.
Yeah, believe I know I have Raytheon stock. Yeah, and the other thing about Elon Musk that made the news, okay, apparently Tesla, their business model for California is that they can sell directly from the factory to the end user, you know, the consumer that's buying the car. They don't have to deal with the dealership. One of the big contentions with Elon moving to Texas and taking the company to Texas is apparently Texas has a state law where manufacturers of automobiles are not allowed to sell directly to the consumer. They have to go through a dealership. I found that kind of strange.
Yeah, that is.
I got some metal or something in my finger.
That sucks.
I bet you it's something from back in the early 1900s.
I had my pick, my old pick from like 25 years ago, and stuck it right in there.
I used to get little bits of metal impaled in me all the time because my dad working at the factory, he was always coming home with brass chips in his clothes. They'd fall off and get in the carpet. You step on them and right in your fucking heel or your toe.
Right.
Dude, I clean all that aluminum up immediately. That's the worst because afterwards you can't see it. You know what I mean? You can see sometimes shiny, it'll still be shiny, but you can't see it. It'll get under my eyes. That's the worst spot.
Yeah. I'll be back in a minute.
And stay there. It'll stay there. You know, you can't. What I do is I don't rub it in. I just take a tissue and just use that and dab at my eyes with the tissue, and I don't rub my skin anywhere on my face because it'll get everywhere.
Right.
That aluminum is the worst, man. So if you do it, if you drill it, tap it, sand it, clean it up, man. Wash your hands a bunch of times. Wipe them off with wet paper towels in between whatever you do whenever you touch it.
Where's the time go, right?
Yeah, you got to, or else it'll get on you, man, the next day, and you won't even know what it is. But you'll know it's something.
Oh, yes, you will. It'll hurt like a bitch.
Yeah, it'll be weeks later, man. It'll poke you in the foot from your sock. Sometimes. It's
right.
If you use lubricating oil, it turns into a paste. And that shit is the worst. You know, if you get it in your skin.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's the worst, man.
Rocket travel from U.S. to Oz. Well, We're here in the U.S., man. The land of Oz is here. It ain't in Kansas, but it's very close.
That fucking hurts. Damn. But it's a little bit of infection there, I think. Man. So it must be something in it. Emerald, do you ever remember seeing them for like a Chevrolet 350, like a little clip they put over the rocker arm to keep the oil from squirting up in the air?
Yeah, I've seen some of that, but
have you ever heard of like a little tool I could make that could just keep the oil from squirting all over the place? Because I've used them clips and they worked. When I did that, I had a 74 Nova and I put a cam in it.
Right.
And they were cheap little fucking clips with a little plastic thing on it. And they were like a clip. And, you know, it didn't matter that they weren't on straight. It just kept the oil from squirting up. It like diverted it, you know.
Oh, yeah. Like a shield kind of thing.
Yeah. It was just
I just keep remembering these racks that we had rack mounts that went on there that were like half. We made them. You know what I'm saying?
Could I make something like that?
Well, it goes back to making those valve covers. Because if you had,
that'd be easy if I had them. If I had them.
Go to a junkyard maybe and get a valve cover.
I went there, man. They don't have anything from the 80s. They had two at one from the 70s. They didn't have shit. They didn't have shit.
What's that magazine? J.C. Whitney?
LMC? Yeah, well, there's that too.
J.C. Whitney. Get a J.C. Whitney catalog. Or you can go online now and look up J.C. Whitney stuff.
I guarantee that thing.
I guarantee you they won't just have stock replacements. They'll have custom covers for that engine. And then you can take your stock ones and you can cut one of them with the hole so you can stick your socket in there.
Yep.
Okay. And when you cut the holes, just get you can like a battery cap.
I got all that shit.
You know how the battery cap plugs are?
Yep.
How they plug the holes with the caps?
Yep.
Just make them the same size as those battery holes and plug them up with those battery caps. Okay. That's the way we made ours. And then you pull it off, you stick the socket down in there, you get very little oil anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Then you can adjust it. But the big thing was I didn't do it on a Ford. I don't remember ever doing it on Fords. Fords had solid lifters. Check your
hydraulic.
It has hydraulic lifters on it then?
Yeah, I put them in it.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, they will need adjusting. Okay. That's why I was confused because I never used to ever seen. I built some 427 CJs and stuff like that.
Okay.
But most of the time, the Fords all had solid lifters. So all you had to do is tighten them down and you're done.
Did not know. That makes sense now because when I was putting the valve, the heads back together, there didn't seem to be much adjustment in that.
Well, that's part. Okay. Now, remember what I was telling you with the break-in period?
Yes.
That's part of that.
That's what.
Yep.
That's what. Yeah, I believe I'm on the right track, man. I appreciate it. Man.
Yep. Just like I said, just do that a couple more times. Like tomorrow, go out, start it up just enough to get it up to temp, and then shut her off.
I'm thinking I could, my radiator's only got water in it, and it's like rusty and shit. I could do that.
That's fine.
I could get it hot, flush it at the same time.
But don't do anything more than an idle.
Right. Right.
But make sure your thermostat is good too.
Yeah.
If the thermostat's bad, it won't open, and you'll just get hot and all that jazz. You won't have any flow. You won't be able to clean out the engine.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
Now, what you can do before you start it up is you take off the lower hose, drain the radiator, take off the upper hose and the lower hose, and just run that hose down in there like it's a snake.
Yep. All right.
And just blast the shit out of everything in that engine as you can.
All right.
Then you turn around and you take the hose through the lower hose and you do the same thing. Like a snake. You get it all the way up in there as far as you can and then turn that son of a bitch on full blast and let it blast out all that shit.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'd put the hoses back on, fill it back up with water again.
Okay. Yep.
And let it run and then drain it.
All right.
Okay. And then after that, I'd probably, I don't know, depending if it came out really clean, I'd just start putting antifreeze in it. 50-50 mix.
Cool.
You don't need a whole lot of antifreeze down there, so you can get away with just a little bit. But the reason I say do put antifreeze in it is because it has a protective value on the inside of the water stuff.
Great, man. Thank you. Great. I'm awesome, dude. I have a game plan now. I'm on the right track.
Yes, you are.
I couldn't believe it.
Nah,
Surprised me.
I love working on cars, dude. I always loved working on cars.
Dude, that's a clean looking truck, man, sitting there like that.
That's awesome, dude.
And
having built it yourself makes all the difference.
It's one of a kind. You know, there might be a few.
Well, it doesn't matter what it is. It's you built it, man.
Yeah.
From scratch. You broke it all down. You put it all back together.
You should see me do the body swap by myself.
You know, they used to have this thing about the captain of a ship should know every solder, every weld, every bolt on the boat.
Dude, I did the body swap with long poles and railroad ties.
Okay.
And then pulled them both together and slid the cab over and dropped it down, slid it forward and bolted right up in the same spot.
Nice. That was cool.
Now, you want to hear something interesting is just along what you just said about the captain having to know everything about his ship. A little unknown fact, by federal law, the captain of an aircraft carrier in the Navy, by law, has to be an aviator, because not only does he have to know his ship, he has to know the planes that fly off of it.
Right. Huh. Right, because that's part of the ship if it's on the ship.
Yep.
I don't care what it is.
Comments. Let's see. Dallas. Man, I've never owned a Ford in my life.
Well, no, we have involved in pieces of shit.
That's what I've heard.
Hey, what's up, Dallas?
Now. Sounded good.
Mercedes. I've had BMWs. Chevy, Fords, Chryslers, Pontiacs. I'm trying to think.
Over here now.
I had some MGs and the Opel. I had an Opel GT for a while. Little go-kart, little fucker. That thing can do 130 miles an hour, dude. I was like, no way. And it did. Scary as shit, but it did. But hey, hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Right on.
We say Don Bear. Oh, hey, Don Bear.
Don Bear.
Yeah.
What's up, brother? Fire in the bowl.
Whew. I gotta take a leak too, man. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yabba dabba dab.
I seen one. I seen a meteor right over my head.
Cool.
I seen one directly right over my head just now.
See, I hardly ever see anything cool like that because we got so much light pollution out here.
Just seen
My
one.
nighttime sky is not very dark.
You know, and it was directly like over my head. So maybe towards the east a little bit, but
yeah, everything to the east of me at night is all lit up because that's the direction of the airport, which isn't that far away. And
oh yeah,
downtown.
so it could be like a plane flying over. Yeah. If you see a flash, because that's all it was, just a like a flash of a star, but that's it. Bright star.
Man, when I worked up in Canada, we were so far away from the cities and everything, so there was no light pollution whatsoever. And on a clear night, you could watch satellites whizzing by like every couple of minutes and everything, going real fast across the sky.
Yeah.
And if you had a full moon out, it was so bright out there that like you could read a book by moonlight. It was that bright.
You gotta slide over, cat.
You could see the fucking Milky Way. Yeah, my cat's like trying to make love to me right now. She's in heat and really obnoxious. Yeah, you tried to shit on my head earlier tonight. What the fuck? Dumb shit. Climbs up on the chair right behind my head, takes a dump, and then jumps off. I'm like, what? Little shit.
Didn't even try to cover you up, did it?
No, she just jumped up, took a dump, and jumped off, and it fell on the floor because I shifted the chair. And I looked out. I'm like, you did not just try and shit on me. She's dumb. Ain't you? You dummy.
That's funny. Yeah. What? Like, hold on, I can't like fucking see, man. What's going on here, man? Wait, come on, man. Then machine. Hey, no, did I make a wish? Well, I guess it would be that I got that truck running, so that's whew, that surprised shit out of me, man. Sounded good. Dude, set the I had a time, I got a timing light, set the timing, the wires to the dash, hook that up for me. Fuck yeah, dude, hook me up, man. He knows about them Fords. And he didn't believe me about the firing order. And then when I showed him the numbers, the picture of the intake that came off of there, he's like, oh, I didn't. He goes, this is a good motor. And I said, well, I don't know. I haven't heard it run yet. So I don't know what it is. I like it so far. You know, because I don't know if I want, 302 would be way cheaper, man. But it don't need nothing now, or if it runs, it don't need nothing. So we'll see. I'll keep working on it. Got on the right track though, man. I was pretty close, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I never owned, just learning all that. I knew I had some issues. So I was smart enough not to keep fucking with it until it fucks up. So, yeah, I'm with Don Bear. Yeah, but he posted 10, none of them showed up. Huh. Yeah, I only saw like 2 of them. Man, that thing runs. Boy, I can't believe it. Surprise, surprise. We'll see. We'll see if it stays running. We'll see if I can drive it. That's the next goal. Drive it. Because I'm going to put the bed on it next. Man. Hoo-wee. Okay, Bear. Fire in the bowl. Got a wish on these shooting stars tonight.
They're fucking with Bear tonight.
I gave up on wishing. And started accepting. I lowered my expectations. That's what you do. Instead of wishing, you just lower your aim. And then you'll start hitting them all. You'll hit all the low spots. Real easy.
Guys, I'm telling you what, we're missing some action here. Larry just came in with the video, man. He's sharing it to my mail right now so I can bring it up on screen. They are fucking balls to the wall in fucking DC, dude. They ain't put up with any shit. They're tearing down all the Black Lives Matter and fucking crap shit off the fucking streets that they got up, hanging up. They're tearing them all down. They're taking their city back, kind of shit. Yeah, this is no bullshit. And even they're getting in the cops' face. Okay. Hold on.
Gotta have this thing, man. This thing.
Now, is that live or is that from last night? Because there was a lot of shit happening there last night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, this is happening again tonight.
Yeah, this is new shit.
It's still ongoing.
Hey, Larry.
How you doing?
I haven't seen any notifications popping up.
Good.
All right. Well, I'm sharing a link. It'll be up here in a short.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll be able to.
Thanks, Larry. Yep.
He comes in, dude, it's on. I was like, yeah, hold on a second, guys.
Well, a couple hours ago, I saw a news article that was saying that the Proud Boys got in trouble. They removed a bunch of Black Lives Matter signs at
They didn't get in trouble.
At black churches. And the black church leaders, they're like, oh, it's a racist attack and everything. Fuck you. Please.
Right.
Just
well, this might be the same one then, because that's what it was titled. I sent the link to you.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure they have a president.
Oh, man. There's all kinds of stuff. I got the link for that. I had just gotten the link for the let me put this up.
This is what it's titled. Proud Boys face off with police and Antifa in DC. Burn church's banner. Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah. No, this link is for the space .com for the meteor shower.
Okay.
The one I just posted. That's the link for the meteor shower stuff. And oh yeah, you can go online. You can watch it online.
It's towards the Orion constellation.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Do
post
what?
a link. It's off topic from this, but I thought you might be interested, seeing as you used to serve over in Germany. They had a scare at Ramstein the other day.
For
Incoming missiles.
oh no shit.
Oh, did you?
Incoming missiles. What the hell?
Yep. Yeah.
What the hell's that all about?
Well, there's the link. You can read about it.
It's a for sure.
Hold on.
They're sitting in Canada. Well, there's a question about this going on with that scenario. I don't know if they're trying to be stationary or they're trying to invade. Considering the fact that apparently
Yeah, let me see.
class individual.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if I got that mail.
As prisoner. Okay. For crimes. Okay.
I'm waiting for that email to come
So
in.
that might be another reason why we're being told.
All right. Now, where's this link? Did you put it in chat?
My source is telling me. My source
Yeah,
is
I'll throw it in
telling
the private chat too.
Okay, I've got it from here.
This is my source.
Yeah.
My source is telling me that they're sitting there
Our
waiting for Biden
air
to
base
come
in
in
Germany
office,
experiences potential
because then
incoming
they're
missile
going to
scare.
start that gun
To clear
confiscation.
exactly the scare and where the supposed launch enemy from.
Okay,
Now, yeah, Ramstein we didn't do a whole lot with while I was over there, but that's where our aircraft came from. You know what I'm saying?
It's one of the biggest bases we have overseas.
Right, the C-130s are stationed here.
So they handle C-5s and C-17s. They handle
Correct.
everything that's transiting, across the globe, at least the land, the refuel, and everything.
Correct.
They get all the aeromedical stuff to the big hospital there.
Oh, so they don't know where it came from or what a potential. They're not really.
It almost sounds to me. It sounds like a loss of communication between different commands. Like some unit was running a drill and didn't notify someone else, and it tripped their radar or something.
What do you want to make a bet? It's the switch over to Space Command test systems.
Did you hear that they officially announced Space Command now has 2 new bases? They
Has 2 bases?
Well, they added 2 more. They switched over Cape Canaveral Air Force Station and Patrick Air Force Base just south of there. Those are now Space Command bases.
That's where I used to live, Patrick.
Right outside of Titusville. Canaveral and Patrick.
Patton?
Patrick Air Force Base is where I live.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that one, but yeah. I thought you were saying Patton.
South of Cape Canaveral.
Cape Canaveral, we know why they're there.
Yeah. Well, my dad was stationed there. So, even though he was in the Army, but he was stationed there.
Yep. Yeah, Space Command now has like 7 bases. Canaveral, Patrick, Vandenberg, and one up in Alaska and one in Colorado. I think they have Holloman in New Mexico now. And maybe one other. Los Angeles Air Force Base.
I went on for a little bit with her today. Nice. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good way, dude. Right.
I saw the Challenger blow up. Right there.
Yeah. I saw it live on TV.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
If I was in the school there, I was in junior high school right there. We're on our way to lunch and watching it go up.
I was, I think, in the 3rd grade. We watched it on TV in school.
I think
I'll be right back.
Grade.
All right.
was in 8th or 7th or 8th. Maybe 7th. It was a junior high school. Was where it was. There was a like a little mall, no, little side mall with a movie theater, and right across the street though was they called it RC's surf spot, or it was just the next one up was called Second Light. It was just a spot where the waves would break, you know, and man, there'd be some good waves out there, man. I used to surf. Man, that was fun. It was nice out there. Real nice.
Too many sharks.
Yeah, there was, yeah.
Yeah, that part of Florida, I've heard too many stories. When my sister took her kid down there last year for vacation, and I forget, it was some surfing area town south of St. Augustine.
Yeah. There's
like
it's
known
there's
for
Vero
great white
Beach. That's
shit.
where, and there was now that's where this
around that area. Yeah. She wanted to go in a fucking shark cage. That's her life dream, is to go in a shark cage. And her perverted, sick, twisted mind is that she wants to do it while she's on the rag. You know?
Good luck.
Just to get the sharks in, guaranteed. And my little nephew, like, basically begged her not to do it, and she relented and didn't do it while she was there.
She let her. I said, good luck.
She's a pushover.
I wouldn't let nobody do that. Not in front of me.
It's like, no, I'm not scared of anything in this world, except for a couple of things, and one of them is sharks.
That's different than when you're in the water with it.
I don't have a problem. I would gladly go down fighting like a wolf or a grizzly bear or something,
Right.
in the woods. Man, you're not in your element when you're in the water. And
it's totally different when you're in the water with it, man. I'm gonna tell you.
I've always said that if I ever go out on the ocean again, I will always carry a gun with me, so that if the boat sinks and I'm just stranded and not going to get rescued, I will shoot myself in the head before I have to live through being eaten alive by a shark.
You got that right. Yep. I'd hold out as long as I could, but that'd be my vaccination right there.
Yeah.
Because that'd be the best thing for it.
Battery has family coming in the town from Chile. Cool.
Well, maybe they can come up there and warm up a little.
Chris says he used to surf the Gulf until he got surrounded by shark fins. Yeah. No, thank you.
Now, there would be some waves like I heard at Panama City and Tampa. People surf Tampa. But I mean, even a 2-foot wave, you can surf that, man.
We get people that surf here on Lake Erie. It's kind of like a local, tradition.
Yeah, I bet.
You can only do it certain times a year. And you got to wear, the proper gear, otherwise you'll get hypothermia. But yeah, we get a lot of surfers around here.
Man,
I've seen our lake get, during storms, it gets nasty. I'm talking like 10, 12-foot waves. Yeah, I've been on the lake in some nasty shit on a ferry, going to some of the islands and coming back and getting caught in a storm. It took the last time that I was on the ferry, we were coming back. The Boy Scouts were having a big camp out at a state park on one of the islands, and they canceled the camp out halfway through because the rain that we had. We got hit with the remnants from Hurricane Fran back in '96, and the boat ride back home, was cool. Like it was a big enough boat that you didn't really feel the chop all that bad. But when we got back to shore, it took us almost an hour to dock at the pier because the boat, it was going like this against the fucking dock and they couldn't secure it. And when they finally got it secured and they let everybody off, we're walking down the pier and there's like waves, hitting the shore, and they're going like 20 feet overhead of us, crashing to the other side of the road. It was nuts.
Damn.
The lake gets really bad sometimes because it's very shallow. It's the shallowest of the Great Lakes, so you get a lot more big wave action closer to shore.
I'd fight a shark in the woods if I could flank him. Or wait him out. That's what I'd do. Try to wait him out. Or outrun his ass. I know that motherfucker can't run. And he ain't going to hold his breath long enough to catch me.
Not like a gator. I wouldn't want to face one of those in the woods.
Dude, they can move extremely fast.
I know.
I mean, so fast, if you're not looking at it, you wouldn't have seen it.
Dude, I saw a video last week of some guys that were down somewhere in Florida, and it looked like they were kind of like by Okefenokee or something, one of the big swamps. They were duck hunting, and this fucking gator was in this lake, and every time that they shot a duck and it fell into the water, the gator got the duck before they could get to it. And this thing was huge. It was like 19, 20 feet long. It's a monster.
Yeah, those are the friendly gators. You go up north of North Florida, and I tell you, if you look where Highway 6 runs across Swanee River, Buddy Row, you don't want to. Yeah, let me trust me. They're not the ones that are friendly up there. I won't. I mean, I actually thought about doing that trip again, but it's.
Do they still do that Swanee River Music Festival down there?
Yes.
I'd like to go to that sometime.
Yeah,
I've seen
that's right down the road from my buddy's house.
I've seen a bunch of videos of those concerts. It looks like such a fun festival. A lot of good bands.
I think it's not exactly the same as it used to be, but it's still real similar. I think
because they had a lot of folk music and bluegrass type shit going on.
Yeah. But I haven't even been by it in 20 years, probably. Even though it's right down the road.
What's up, Joker? How you doing, brother? Now, I've eaten alligator before.
Gators, yeah, man.
It was
good.
edible. It wasn't that bad.
The small ones are better, they say.
I couldn't tell you what it was from. It came in a can. It was like a novelty food item. Someone got me a gift for Christmas years. I can't remember who gave it to me, but it was a gift set of canned wild game. And there was a can that had alligator, a can that had rattlesnake, a can that had
I know what you're talking about,
and a can that had like elk. And I tried them all. And oddly enough, the one I liked the most, I liked the rattlesnake the best. That was tasty.
I remember though. I know what you're talking about.
The alligator, it tasted just like chicken, but it was a little too rubbery for my taste.
If you get like a small one, you chop the whole thing up and make like a stew with tomatoes and onions and shit. Man, that's pretty good. I've had it like that.
That's about the only way that I would eat fish anymore because I'm not a seafood person.
Yeah, I don't. Me neither. No, me neither.
I would make a very heavy vegetable, based soup with a little bit of fish meat in it. That's about the only way I would eat it.
I haven't eaten. I don't eat seafood or none of that. Nothing comes out of the water. I never had lobster in my life.
Well, I will eat canned tuna fish a couple of times a year.
No, I eat
I'll
that.
Make
I eat that.
I'll make tuna casserole or tuna salad.
I'll eat that. So I
but
take that.
As far as like fish fillets and all that, nope, not my thing.
I mean, neither. I don't do it.
I can eat it in a survival situation, but I won't eat it by choice. I've just never been into it. I don't like shrimp.
Me neither.
I've had crab before. I've had lobster. My God, I thought lobster was like one of the most disgusting things I've ever put in my mouth. And it was like at a fancy restaurant too, so it was like well made. Yeah. And I still thought like
I've never had it either. I'm not gonna try it.
Now, once in a blue moon, I'll eat calamari, but it's got to be cooked right. I'm really picky about it.
See, Oddball remembers that he remembers when I took that trip because I made a video of that trip. That's when I fed that gator that pizza, but that was the little gator. Later in the afternoon, I seen the big one, and I was ready to go. I was done.
You fed a gator pizza. What kind of pizza? What was that?
Red Baron leftover from the night before. Had it in the back of my boat and ate it before it got too hot. I threw it the crust. Man, he came right up to me. Man, he wanted to eat whatever. He probably would. I probably could have caught him on a piece of a rope and dragged him down the river with me. Yeah, but he was friendly, so I got my camera and lined up the frame, and zoomed in where and then hit record and threw it to him. He ate it, man. He went and got it. He got lucky there. Actually documented some state birds of Florida right at the beginning, like 3 or 4 different kinds. There was a
what is the official state bird of Florida?
Well, it's I don't. They're not called state birds. They're just birds of Florida. This is what I meant, not state birds. I'm not sure what the state bird is.
No, ours is the cardinal.
I should know, man. It's the palmetto tree, or that's the bush. Fuck if I can remember right now, man. But there was 2 different kinds of birds, and they were working the shoreline both together, like hunting the fish out of the water. That was pretty cool.
A quick Google search says that the state bird of Florida is the common mockingbird.
Wow. Did not even know that.
Yeah, birds that fish, that's cool just watching them do that. We have out by where I'm at, we occasionally get osprey.
Yep.
And we get the odd bald eagle. There's a couple bald eagle nests in my city. And I actually saw a bald eagle fishing in the pond behind my store a couple of months ago. It was pretty cool.
That is cool. Yeah. I tried to video that. That's hard. That is real hard. Man, we started getting bald eagles down here, I guess, about 20 years ago.
Yep. And
I'm pretty sure
about the same time frame for where I'm at. They started making a comeback around then. There's actually a nest in on the property of one of my city's middle schools, and they have a webcam on the nest. They've been broadcasting for a couple of years now.
That's cool. Man, in Alaska, they get big.
I saw a video of some chick up in Alaska. She walks out the back door of her house, and she's got like a little wooden deck with a stairway that goes down to her driveway. And there's like 40 or 50 bald eagles sitting on her deck, waiting for her to come out and feed them. Like spit out some fish and shit. Yeah, they're just sitting there eyeballing her. It was like real creepy as fuck.
I may have seen that. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that. Man, I'm
Chris
tired.
Saw one today eating a dead deer. Yeah, they're scavengers. They'll eat dead shit.
Mockingbird.
Yeah, I have a colony of turkey vultures that are about not even a half mile away from me. And they hang out in the neighborhood all the time. These things, when I was leaving food for the outside cats, like actually outside on the driveway, these fucking vultures would show up and hang out around my house. I'd look out the window and there'd be 20 vultures like walking up and down the driveway, sitting on top of the barn, sitting on the fences, walking through the yard. People were like driving by real slow and taking pictures of it. It was like really annoying. So I had to stop putting food outside like that. And you can't shoot them because even though they're a scavenger, they're considered a bird of prey and they're protected.
Man, them things are ugly.
Yes, if you ever get up close with them, like they're covered in lice. And some of them, because they deal with, dead shit carrion, they'll pick up like maggots and parasites and shit. And sometimes like their claws will be half rotted away and everything. They're nasty fucking birds. Yeah,
man.
Like I would not even eat one if I was starving. That's how disgusting they are. Full of parasites.
Dude, I would eat grass out of the ground. You wouldn't have to talk me into it.
It's a salad.
Say that. I'd do it, just to try it.
We had to do, when I was in Scouts doing a wilderness survival merit badge, we had to go out in the field and, make a dinner out of what we could find in the field, out of edible plants and shit, and just making salads and whatnot. It wasn't very tasty.
Yeah, just go out there and shake you up a Caesar salad with a pine cone.
They wouldn't let us trap any animals.
Yeah. Wow. Wouldn't let you trap any animals.
Yeah, that's one of the goofy things about the Boy Scouts. They stopped offering the hunting merit badge a long time ago.
So you had to run them down and catch them with your bare hands.
No, you weren't allowed to do it. You weren't allowed to harm an animal in the Boy Scouts. It was kind of strange. Even for wilderness survival training, you couldn't set snares or anything like that.
Wish I had time to train crows.
Yeah.
And you
not like the old days.
I don't think
they were busy eating goldfish and shit, right?
The crows here, you can't. But let me tell you, they follow me over to my mom's house. These crows, and we'll feed them, but they don't. It's been like over a year, almost 2 years, and they won't come down when we're anywhere in sight. Outside.
I've had a family of blue jays that have been living around my place for years, and they've grown so accustomed to us that they'll follow us around the yard and try and dive bomb us when they have eggs in the nest or chicks in the nest.
Right.
And I've had them like chase me, like they'll follow me halfway up the road if I'm walking to work one day and I happen to walk past their nest.
Dude, them crows, they are very, very skittish, man. Very skittish. They won't.
I'll be right back.
All right. My mom feeds them, man. She goes out there and feeds them every day. She'll go out there in the yard and call them, and feed them.
Oh, no shit.
They got bullshit.
They come in.
I'm telling you, man. I tell her, you lost your fucking mind, lady.
Feed them some Alka-Seltzers.
No. I tell her that, but I know it's for real. Those are, they'll follow her up the road. They fly over here, my house. I've had them up in the trees here. No shit. They think when they see my truck that I'm feeding them or something, is what's going on. Yeah, no shit. I pull up there, they start coming in.
Hey, Joker, Bruce, what's happening? Patriot
she's been
111.
feeding them over a year, man. They won't come down if you're on the back porch. They'll fly away. But they know when the good stuff is, they'll dip it in the water.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They'll take like a Banderito, and take a piece off and tear it and dip it in the water and flop it around and they'll fly off with it. And the other one, that's trip, man. They do some funny shit. It'll be a good video. I can make a video, man. My mom feeds them, I'm telling you. Man, I'm going to bed, man.
Yeah, no, I'm about to crash too. I'm like, shit. It's after 1 o'clock in the morning, dude.
Shit, it's after 2.
Here it's after 1.
Just to go. Yeah. Crows can talk. The only thing they do is go, ow, ow, ow. And there's 3 or 4 of them that hang out together. Got to be the same one. Because they run in a pack. Yep.
Right. Their groups are called murders.
And they call each other. They're not stingy with their food. They're not one of what, they take turns and want to watch over the other one, and they'll flick their tail when they're on the lookout, or if you're within sight. Yep. They'll flick their tail back, and they'll face back and forth real fast and flick their tail at the same time.
Well, I'm gonna duck out, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I've had it. It's been a long day.
Rock on. We'll catch you later, brother.
Dream well, Patriot.
Good night, everybody. Birds run in a pack. These things fucking fly in the air.
Dream well, Patriots. We are winning.
Later, man.
See you, dude.
Oh, so that didn't kick us out. Okay.
No, we're still live.
Shit.
I'm not sure.
We got crows out here to fly. I'm being stupid.
Here's a link for everybody if you want to come in. I'll keep it going for a little while longer.
Man, I'm tired as a motherfucker, man.
I didn't do shit today. It was cold and rainy, so I said, fuck it. I kind of just stayed in bed half the day.
Man, it warmed up good today.
We're hovering just above freezing.
It is the perfect temperature right now. Nice and cool. Man, if I wasn't so tired, I'd go out there and look at the sky, but fucking hey, man. I'm wore out.
Well, there's a lot of nasty weather south of me. I'm lucking out. I'm not going to get any of it. I'll pull up the radar here and show you. It's pretty nasty.
Sometimes my chat locks up and it says new comments and shows an arrow.
Yeah.
I don't know why it does that. Tanya, she just
Hey, what's
got
up,
here.
Tanya? I just see her. What's up, girl? Yeah, this big storm system is supposed to move to the northeast up into New England.
Yeah.
And they're
Towards
saying
Aaron.
they're saying that it could be one of the worst winter storms that New England's had in 40 years.
Oh man.
It's all going to pass south of me, so that I don't give a shit.
I think right where that arrow is pointing is real close to where Aaron lives.
Oh, Aaron, yeah, he's probably going to get some shit.
I think he's right there at the tip of that arrow. If I was to
He's
guess.
like right around here. You can see my cursor.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha. Yep.
He's getting a little bit of that one line, but most of it's going to pass south of him unless it draws in cold air off the lake, because that's the way the lake effect works. Systems will pull that cold air off the lake, and once it hits land and starts to warm up, it does funny shit and dumps tons of snow.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I wish I had the video link for it. It was just a photograph that I saw a couple years ago. Somebody was out in Buffalo, New York on the shoreline when this winter storm was dumping like a funnel of lake effect snow over the city, and the cloud, it was like you could see it was like a huge tube in the sky that was pumping snow off the lake. It was insane. It dropped like 12 feet of snow in a couple hours. And the Buffalo Bills, the football team, the Buffalo Bills, their stadium got socked with so much snow that their regular maintenance crew couldn't clear the stadium for a game. So they basically put out a message to the public. They're like, anybody who wants to come and shovel snow in the stadium to clear the field and the seats, we'll give you free tickets for the game.
Yeah. That's a lot of shoveling.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore.
I don't know if I got the back for that, buddy.
Oh.
I don't know. I dug 3 stumps out the backyard.
Well, dude, 2 weeks ago when I had that winter storm at my place, I had to go out and clear my driveway, and that was the last straw. I said, for now on, if it gets bad enough that I have to go out and shovel, the end of the driveway, I'll call a plow driver and give him $20 just to do 10 feet of the driveway so you can get a car. And so I'm not doing that anymore.
My cousin does that in Denver as like a side or image or something. He does that.
I got a neighbor who lives 2 houses down from me with a plow. I'm sure, I could get him to come over and clear half the driveway for $20. It's like I don't drive, so I don't need the driveway really clear for myself, but I have to have at least enough room for a car to pull in because my sister drops her kid off for the school bus over here, and she's got to be able to pull in.
They run the school bus in the morning too early. It'll be dark. And, they got them out there standing on the side of the road in the dark.
Yeah.
Don't make sense to me.
No, when my sister drops him off for the bus, she just parks in the driveway and he stays in the car until the bus shows up.
Yeah. Now, see, that way you can at least see somebody there. They'll don't wear bright clothes or whatever all the time, man. And you'll miss them if you're not looking.
Yep.
That ain't right. They should at least let them stand on the side of the. Well, hell, where I used to wait on the school bus. They come flying through there. Shit, man. Man, I'm tired. I'm fixing to go to bed. Catch up on my ugly sleep. I ain't been getting enough lately.
Yeah, I caught up. You know, I was off that 1 week from work for that cold that I had, and I went back. It was this past Saturday and worked a whole week straight, and I had yesterday and today off. So I kind of just caught up on sleep the last 2 days. So I'm actually feeling pretty decent. I got to be at work tomorrow, or well, no, later today, in less than 12 hours. I got to be there at 2 o'clock. As long as I get 6 hours of sleep, I'm good.
Yeah. And sometimes I could just take a nap and be good. But I damn sure can't sleep sitting up, you know, because I'll wake up with a crick in my neck.
Oh, yeah, same here.
So I cannot do that. I don't do that. And I got a foam pillow. That way it won't. It stays the same elevation. So no matter how you roll over, you know, like
yeah, you keep
I would have
the
a
right
pillow that I
angle.
fold up, tuck up under my arm like that. But you know, through the night, you can't. It won't maintain that same shape.
Yeah,
and your arm won't pull it in to make it. You know, so now my neck doesn't give me that many issues. So, which is good. I'm grateful. That's all I need. I'll take a Tylenol or a BC powder. Man, I'm tired though. I got to go to bed, you guys.
all right. Well, good talking to you, as always.
I'm glad to catch y'all tonight. Let's see. Is that Sig Pat?
No, that's me.
Oh, okay. I was say, dang. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
Pat
good
wasn't
night.
around at all tonight.
Huh?
Yeah, Pat was not around tonight at all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, he's. Well, I don't know if you had heard. Pops had to go back to the hospital. He is probably still in the hospital because I think it was 2 nights ago. He had a stroke and a possible heart attack. I don't know the full details, but yeah, he had to go back in.
Hey, man.
So prayers to Pops.
Yeah.
Prayers to Sick Pat and Kim.
Yeah, man. All right. Good night, Chris, Tanya, Oddball. Let's see one of them. I can get the eyeballs out here. Hey, now I got an eyeball right here. When I need to see something, I get out this eyeball.
There you go. That's nice. That's a big loop.
Yeah. Now this will get down on it right here. This will get down on it. This will show you what's on the other side of Wuhan. It's got some weight to it too. I actually have these bearing races that I want to make iframes for. That's gonna be killer, man. Someday. I'm glad I caught y'all. Chris, good seeing you again, man. Oddball, you too. Good night, canoes.
Good night, dude. You have a good one.
I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, tell them I said, see ya. See ya, bye.
Rock on. So here's the link one more time. If anybody else wants to come in. I don't know if it's still going live, but I did get a notification a little bit ago that Natalie went live. Queen of Conspiracy. Look up Queen because I think she's live. No. And just as I say that, I get a notification that pops up saying someone subscribed to my channel on YouTube that I don't know. Interesting. Can you see the kitties? You missed it. Snowball was bugging me for like an hour, but I think she went to bed downstairs. Yeah, Snowball, she's in heat right now, and she's being a little bitch. And she, like, shit right next to my head on the top of the chair earlier tonight. Real special. But if you really want to see a kitty, I will pull a kitty up for you. Give me just a second here. What's up, Chris? But if you want to see
Hey, how's it going, man?
pull a kitty up for you. Yeah, pretty good.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, but you need to mute your YouTube tab.
My YouTube tab. Okay. All right.
Tanya wants to see the kitty.
Is that better now?
Yeah, sounds a lot better.
You got it.
So what's going on?
Putting that in. All right, is that better?
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, is that working at all or no?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hi, Tony.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me or sorry?
I hear you, but I don't think you can hear me.
I can't even tell if I'm speaking right now. Yeah, I can't hear you at all right now either.
Well, try it.
Yeah, I can't hear Canoe talking at all.
Can you hear me now?
Should I try reloading back in, or? All right, I'll try jumping out and then coming back.
All right. Can you hear me now, Chris? Well, there's the link if you want to try and jump back in. Yeah. Why don't you jump in, Tanya? Let me talk to you.
All right, is it working this time?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I still can't hear Canoe. Why can't I try that then?
Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. Okay, all right.
There you go. What's happening?
Not too much. I figured I'd hop on here quick since everybody else left and you were on here, so I just didn't want to leave you hanging by yourself.
That's cool.
Yeah, I went to a rally yesterday in Madison, Wisconsin, and that was pretty awesome. It was actually pretty encouraging. A lot of people came out. It was in a blizzard. It started out like pretty. Not a lot of people showed up at first, but like when we were leaving, like a whole bunch of more people started coming. We saw, I'd probably say at least 100 Proud Boys out of Chicago showed up there, plus there was Oath Keepers there.
Cool.
So that was really neat to see. And that was like right in the middle of like a huge snowstorm too. So they all still came out.
Now, do you live near Madison?
I live an hour and a half away. I used to live in Madison, but I moved up north about 7 months ago just because too liberal down in the cities. And I moved to an area. I got like 5 acres. Like walking, my nearest neighbor is like 9 minutes away now. And it's like pretty much a more conservative area. You know, I mean, you see some freaks running around still, whatever, but it's not like being down in Madison where it's just.
I've been to Madison.
Yeah,
I went there once. I took a vacation. I was following my favorite band around. They were on tour, and they decided not to come to the Cleveland area. So I said, "Fuck it, I'm going to go see them at a bunch of places, across the Midwest." And one of them was Madison. And I went up there. It was Easter Sunday back in 2010. And I spent the weekend up there, and it was kind of a crazy experience. Most of the college student population was out of town for spring break, and there was only, there wasn't too many people around at the clubs and the bars and everything. And I was at a bar having a drink and eating some chili, and I step outside to go have a cigarette, and this kid comes running up the street dressed in a big Easter rabbit costume, like full blown, furry suit rabbit. And he hops across the intersection in downtown Madison in the business and government district, and like asked me for a cigarette. And he's like, "Yeah, come on inside. I'll buy you a beer." I'm like, "Okay." So I'm drinking beer with an Easter bunny. Strange town, but it's a pretty town as far as like a city goes, like because you're in between the two lakes and everything.
The scenery there is, man, it's like it is second to none, man, for like like a small city like that.
Yeah.
And you know, back in I used to come up there every summer in the 80s from Houston. And back then it was really nice. You could walk from one side of that city to the other, you know, and the only thing that would happen to you is you would lose $2 buying a cup of beer, and you'd get drunk from one end of the city to the other.
I walked halfway across the city the one night
Yeah.
that I was there at the concert, and you know, I had no problems at all. It was kind of fun.
You know, and that was the beauty of it. Nowadays, it's getting to the point though you can't do it. Now they're having shootings all the time and stabbings, and it's just gotten retarded.
Yeah, I was staying at the big Hilton right on the shore of the South Lake, and I went out at night after I came out, and there was a bunch of people fishing off the boardwalk or whatever they had there into the lake, and I ended up smoking a joint with a homeless guy who was fishing for his dinner.
You know, that's the one thing that blows my mind. You know, if the city is, you know, if you ever want to know how full of shit socialism is, right? Madison's got like a huge socialist community there or whatever, and they've got the people there, right? They got the money that, you know, because I know a lot of these people. If they really bought into what they said, right, they could easily go buy a couple buildings around that city and there won't be any homeless people. But none of them practice what the fuck they preach, man.
Yep.
You know, it's
because if you look at socialism as far as like full blown communism, there's the haves and the have-nots. They say that there's not, but there is. There's structured levels of elites, and you know, you can't get away from that because that's part of their mindset.
Right. I remember when I moved to Madison in '89 from Houston, and I went to an alternative high school because I got expelled down in Houston before I left. Not for like behavior or anything, just for lack of attendance, man. You know, getting stoned or whatever. But anyway, I come up to Madison, so they're like, "All right, you got to go to this like alternative high school before we let you go to the public high schools. You got to go there first." And so I ended up partying with like a few different people from the school, and I guess you could say it was kind of like a friend of me or whatever, man. You know, whatever you want to call it. This one girl that I went to school with, man. I met her in a class, dissent and protest, and her mom was an attorney for the school board, and her dad was you know, a freaking teacher at the high school we were going to. And somehow she ended up dating a guy that I know that's in a band that actually they were signed with like SST Records back then. And so we ended up at their house. It's right off the lake, you know, nice big house. And it blew my mind, man, because you walk into their house right in the living room. There's a huge Soviet flag, man. And like they actually sat around at their dinner table talking like, I'm just like, what the fuck, man? You know, I didn't say shit the whole time I was there. I'm just like, man, what the hell, man? You know, I was blown away because my family's all military, you know, and then coming up, especially from moving up from Houston that year up to Madison, you know, my family was.
That's culture shock.
I guess like pretty. Yeah, dude, it was. I don't know, man. I was just being around people that had probably tried to, I don't know, string them up by a rope if they'd have walked into that, you know, or something.
You know, okay, the town that I grew up in, where I spent the last, you know, the second half of my my education, you know, middle school and high school, kind of it's turned into a liberal city, but it was always kind of fairly balanced because it was like the richest suburb of Cleveland. So you got a mix of both sides. We had a house half a block away from me that was owned by this old German couple, and the husband and wife, you know, in their 80s, 90s, whatever, they passed away in the late 90s. and the house, they didn't have any living relatives, so they ended up just having an estate sale from their lawyers, and they had an open house. And me and my mom walked in there. These people were hardcore Nazi, old right, the fucking Nazi flags and cross sabers on the wall, busts of Hitler and Himmler, and all the it was nuts. It made the news. Like, Nazi couple discovered on the west side of Cleveland selling memorabilia and all this shit. Like, the state, criminal investigative bureau got involved because people were, trying to buy all this authentic shit. It was we had no idea. Like, we lived there for 10 years, and they were nice people. They walked their dog, on the sidewalk outside their house, but they never interacted with anybody, so no one knew. The guy was probably like a general in the army in Germany or some shit like that.
That's wild. Yeah, Madison, it's funny because the Madison area, I don't know if you know, but Wisconsin period, especially after World War II, because of the German population here, a lot of Nazis came to Wisconsin after, and I guess it railed back before it shut down in Madison. My great grandpa worked there, and this is back in the 60s, before he passed away. But I guess one of the guys that they worked there with was a Nazi that, and I guess they ended up later on arresting the guy. But I guess for whatever reason they ended up just letting him kind of go back into civilization, whatever. But yeah, it's pretty wild. Because my grandpa, I guess he got freaked out because he'd actually served in World War II. So when he found out he was working with the Nazi, he kind of got a little bit ticked off, man.
Yeah, I saw some news earlier tonight that from that area. You guys over at the airport there, you got there's an Air National Guard unit. You guys got a squadron of F-16 Falcon jets out there.
Yeah.
And one of those jets, Trow Field, one of those jets crashed and the pilot was killed at a training exercise in Michigan last month. And I guess the Department of Defense released some information about the investigation. I think they're calling it pilot error, but it sucks that someone in the Wisconsin Guard was killed.
Yeah. It's too, and that's Madison, the socialist part of Madison's been trying to get those F-16s out of Madison. That's actually, when I lived in Madison, I liked hearing that. You'd wake up in the morning, the jets be going over. I always thought it was pretty cool, man, because those dudes, so what, man, it fucks up maybe a little bit of noise for a couple minutes out of your day, right? But that's the whole reason why you got that city there, man, is because you got that there, to protect it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I always thought it was pretty cool. And actually, it's funny because they had not funny, but, and God, it was back in the 90s, I think, when they first brought the F-16s in. They had another crash in Madison, dude. And actually, I saw that one go down. I saw that jet actually, crash.
When I was up in Madison, where I was staying at, that hotel, when you walk out on the boardwalk, they call it the Esplanade or whatever, on the South Shore, there's a big monument there for Otis Redding, because he died in a plane crash back in the lake back in 60s or whatever. So they've had their share of accidents.
Yes, aviator accidents here. Then you start to wonder how many of them are accidents, because they've had so many weird things happen here.
Well, plus you guys get all the weird stuff from the Oshkosh, show and all that goes on down there.
There's a lot of weird shit makes it here anyway. Madison's always been a hub for nutty shit, like the Weathermen, they blew up what was that, the Dow Labs.
We had the same thing in Cleveland. Back in here, here in Cleveland, the Weathermen back in the 70s, they blew up or tried to blow up a statue on one of the it was a bronze copy of Rodin's The Thinker, that dude that's like sitting with his head on his chin. They tried to blow it up with a pipe bomb, and the museum decided to keep it in the damaged condition, as a statement. So you see this, they still have the bomb damage on the sculpture. Yeah, Cleveland has its share of radicals for sure.
There's Nazis in Canada, Tanya? Holy shit. Knew they had Chinese spies, but right.
Well, if you believe some of the stories that are coming out, Trudeau apparently has allowed Chinese military to basically garrison up in Canada.
I've been hearing about that for a while.
Yeah, under the guise of like international training and everything, but they're just letting them build up forces on some of their bases. That's fucked up.
No, I think he's a hardcore Marxist, dude. He totally bent over for China, and it's the same thing with Mexico, man. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, I don't want to say like for sure, but I've heard that they have like fully functional bases. China has fully functional bases already set up in Mexico, military bases.
Well, we've been hearing for years about Chinese troops moving up through South America, Central America, into Mexico. Our late brother Jimmy Beam was trying to document some of it earlier this year.
Oh, wow. It's getting crazy. My dad's still in Texas, and we were talking about this, and it's just because there's no place left to go. We're like 4 generations into this country. Our family came from Poland, then like my mom's side's, then the other like grandparents or whatever. It's like all came pretty much like after from like 1860 to I think the late 1800s is when like both sides of the family migrated here. Yeah. And so I guess I'm still fresh enough into it to hear because I was alive when my great grandparents were still alive. I was lucky enough they lived till I was like 11 years old. So I got to hear all the stories about them being like the first generation Americans and how proud they were, about my relatives dying in World War I. Some they'd even fought in the Civil War right when they first got to the country from Poland. But everybody was always super proud to be, you know what I mean? Everybody was super proud American. And just to see what we got going today, I mean, there ain't no place. I mean, this country falls, man. I mean, where the fuck do we go? There's nowhere left to go, man.
It doesn't even have to go back that far. Like, okay, my father, I lost him about almost 2 years ago, and I cannot imagine what he would feel about what's going on right now between the election and the COVID shit. Like, if he was still around
my dad's
today,
going ape shit, man.
He would be total. He'd probably end up in jail for doing something stupid about it.
Yeah, I know the older generation, like my great grandparents' generation, and man, I don't think those guys, man, they'd have already strung somebody up from a tree, man.
Yeah, I mean, my great grandfather in that whole generation of my family was long gone before I was born. I knew my grandparents on my father's side. My grandma on that side, she passed away when I was like 5 or 6, and my grandfather, I think I was 23 when he finally passed. But my mom's side of the family, like I only knew her mother. She died 12 years ago, but I never knew my grandfather on that side or anybody else before that. I know nothing really about them, other than they came from Germany.
I saw it on his Trudeau thing. It said treason's greeting. Too funny. Yeah, my great grandfather, he's on my mom's side. He actually still spoke Norwegian, and but he wouldn't speak it to us. Like he would speak it like to other older people, but like to the younger family, English is it. You know, you only speak English. You know, we're in America. That's how you speak, man. So it's
Now,
kind
the
of
weird
funny.
thing
I mean,
is, my mom's mom, my grandmother on her side of the family, she was born in Michigan back in the early 1900s. And the town that she was living in was basically an entire German town, you know, historically from immigrants. And she didn't learn English until she was in high school. You know, the whole town spoke German up until, you know, probably like 1920 something.
That's wild.
That's
Because you
kind of
know,
strange when you think about it.
I'm right by Necedah, Wisconsin, though, and there's a huge Polish community here, right? And I never knew how deep it, like, you know, they had that deep of a Polish community in Wisconsin. Like you go into downtown Necedah, there's people that the Polish deli I go down to, man. There's people in there that just they speak Polish. That's it, man.
Yeah, we have a neighbor.
Community.
There's a neighborhood in Cleveland that's like that. Cleveland has the highest population of Poles outside of Poland in the entire world.
Wow. That's cool.
We've got Polish family businesses that have been around for 150 years, butcher shops and shit like that.
You know, I've been through Ohio a few times, but I've like never stayed long. I've either been going through Greyhound stations or driving through it. I got stuck in the Cleveland airport when I was like, God, I must have been like 14, man, because we got blizzard in. Like we couldn't fly out of there. You couldn't go into Chicago, so they rerouted us to Cleveland where we had to stay for the night. And I remember that was a pretty cool place because we found hot getting stuck in the airport in there. And this is back in the 80s, and we were able to find some pot from one of the custodians, man. That was working that night. We're like 14, and we scored some weed, man, at the airport.
Yeah, literally, I could go, you know, within a quarter mile away from the airport and find weed. It's just that part of it's just anything you want within a quarter mile of the airport. If you're looking for drugs or women or beer, it's all within a quarter mile of the airport. The city's big strip club district is right outside the airport.
That's funny. That's how it is in Houston, too. You go inside a Hobby International. I don't know if they changed the name, if that's still the name of it, but that's what it was in the 80s. You know, the first thing you see coming out of the airport, man, was all the strip club signs. And then there, you know, if you were out there at nighttime, like all the streetwalkers back in them days, they still actually, you know, had the like streetwalkers lining up and down the road.
Yeah.
That shit was, man, you know, when I moved to Houston, I moved there in end of 80, 81. I was just a little kid, and I had lived in Madison before that, but before going to Houston, I'd been in a small town of about 250 people from about the time I was 7 till I was 9. So going to Houston at that point in time, I was like, you know, sticking an Amish kid in like a city or something, you know. And you know, I went to school, you know, on a town of like 250 people before I went to Houston. And so I go to Houston, all of a sudden you're seeing like streetwalkers, man. They had and this is like in the 80s, man. They had like a fucking gay district, dude. Like the whole, like, assless chaps going on type thing back then. You know what I mean? Like right in the middle of the fucking broad daylight, man. Crazy shit, dude. I was like, man, this like, what the hell is this, man? It was wild. Culture shock.
Well, I remember like when I was a young teenager, early 90s, living, you know, in the outer suburbs of Cleveland, starting to get to the age where me and my sister could go with my dad to some more grown-up places in the Cleveland area. and we started hitting the main entertainment district in Cleveland, which was called the Flats. It was an old industrial area right in downtown Cleveland along the riverbank that was converted into like bars and clubs and shit. And my dad started taking us to concerts there. And talk about culture shock. It's like, go back from the weekend at, to school. What did you do for the weekend, George? Oh, yeah, we went to a concert and saw, naked people running down the street and people fucking in the alley and pissing on cars and all this shit. And everybody else is like, oh, I went to the park and had a picnic,
Dude, it's kind of
I got to see, the nitty gritty at an early age.
Yeah. Yeah. My parents divorced, so that's why I ended up going between two cities and shit like that. And so yeah, definitely my mom. So when I go to my mom's house, man, just no supervision, man. So in the summertime, it was funny. I saw crazier shit in Madison than I did even where, and I was living in a shitty part of Houston, man. And I grew up. I realized how sheltered, I was at my dad's house, because when I go to my mom's house, man, it was crazy as shit. One of my best friends I grew up with, it was in the Madison. He stayed up here until he moved to Austin. He owns a recording studio. But his band started playing at all the bars around Madison when we were like 13 years old. So we're getting into all the bars at that point in time. And I mean, as soon as that comes, that's when all of a sudden, bam, this is the early 80s, man. So you're doing acid, everything.
Oh, yeah.
Good times. But it was definitely, you saw some wild shit, man. That's why I'm reading something too. I got like two things going. I got my TV screen up. I got my PlayStation, man. I go to the got this group on there. It's Trump supporters, and
I just dug out my old PlayStation 2. I'm gonna try and hook it up to a TV and see if I can get it to run. Oh,
PlayStation 2 is cool, man.
It's been about 10 years since it's been turned on.
Wow. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot having that game. My daughter still has her PS2 that I gave her. I bought her one when she was 13, and I had custody of her for 12. I had custody of her for that school year, and I bought her the PS2 for doing good on like her tests and shit. So that was like her reward. I bought her one. And that helped her keep her grades up too, man. I bought her that thing, and next thing you know, the kid's on the honor roll because she wanted to be able to have her play time with the damn game, man. So it was a good incentive for her. So what do you guys think is going to happen Monday? Man, you think? I mean, like with the Trump thing, you think this is going to?
Well, I don't know if you caught Wiz right at the end before he left, but he was saying that some shit was going on in DC right now. I have not gotten any notifications from any of the news sources that I subscribe to. But if anything, if it has to go with anything like what happened last night, there might be some serious shit going on. There were last night at the big rally in DC, there were 4 reported stabbings, and there was a rally. No, I think one of the Proud Boys got stabbed by an Antifa guy.
One of the Proud Boys got stabbed. Yeah.
But there was another rally across the country in Olympia, Washington, the capital in Washington, and one of the Proud Boys ended up shooting one of the Antifa people. It got pretty bad. There's some nasty video. And even the DC stuff last night, I saw some of the video. The Proud Boys kind of went off a little too much on and an Antifa guy. They should have backed away, but they chose not to, and they fucked him up.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to look at it, man. After how many, like, I've been to the rally I went to this weekend. Like, the Black Lives Matter people, they'd like gotten, even before any of the people had gotten there for the Trump side, I guess had already been out there stockpiling, you know, bottled water and freezing them, you know, to nail people with, you know, for the crowds and stuff. And right away while we were there, there was coming out some of the, you know, those dudes. Was funny. It was like one black dude with a bunch of white liberals. That's the Black Lives Matter in Madison, dude. And but right away they got the black out there. He's, you know, he's trying to start shit with Trump people, and you know, he's got his little fucking like 10, 20 little white kids with him or whatever, and you know, and they're just out there talking shit. But the Proud Boys came in, right? You know, and they're armed and shit. And then the Oath Keepers came in, diffused it right away, and they were cordial. And they did the same thing when we were down in what's that? I can't ever pronounce the name of the town, but it's right next to Milwaukee, and they had the shooting down there a couple weeks ago. It was at the Stop Steel rally. Wauwatosa, or whatever the fuck you say it, man. Some crazy long ass name. And but while we were down there, it was the same thing. Black Lives Matter showed up. There was about 20 of them, dude. Again, it's like 3 bigger dudes surrounded by a bunch of, you know, I don't know. I'd say it is diabetes cases, man. I don't know how else to say it, man. And they came up trying to start, you know, a bunch of shit, you know, coming up talking about we're here to whoop ass, whatever, do this, you know, fuck you, this type of shit, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, even at that event, like defused it right away. You know what I mean? You know, without like no violence and shit. So I think for all the shit that those guys take, man, at some point in time, I don't know. I think they should probably allow a foot in somebody's ass, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, I think the time for nicety is done. Like,
right, dude.
There needs to be a benchmark action that, you know, creates a flashpoint so that everybody else can, you know, get off their ass and start doing shit. And I mean, you know, I'm not really much in a position where I can go, you know, because I can't leave town, you know, and as far as my financial situation goes, I can't afford a flight to DC or whatever. But yeah, it's just, you know, a tinderbox waiting for a spark.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for myself, I don't know if it's even that you have to go anywhere. Myself, like this whole lockdown thing, I go across the whole state, you know, like I'm back and forth between Madison and where I'm at a lot because I got my kids, my grandkid down in Madison. So, you know, going down a couple days a week to see them. And you know, I just believe in, you know, civil disobedience for one. I don't wear the mask. I don't, you know, participate in that. And just other stuff, you know, I just try to share, you know, like, you know, my knowledge and views of what's going on because it seems like a lot of people, you know, are so paralyzed by the conversation nowadays. Oh, did you drop out, Canoe? Yeah, I guess so. I think Canoe dropped out.
I'm still here.
Oh, you're still there? Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of lost my train.
The cat was getting noisy. I had to turn the mic off for a minute. What do you want?
My cat does that every once in a while.
Oh my God.
It's pretty vocal.
Oh.
So how are things up there in Canada, Tanya? That's what I've been wanting to know. With like I used to watch Faith Goldie, I think is the lady. You guys know what I'm talking about? Faith Goldie. She had a YouTube channel.
Not familiar with the name.
She's she's big like for gun rights, especially up in Canada. She's really trying to push for it. She used to work for Rebel Media at one point.
Okay, yeah, I know Rebel's good. I subscribed to them for a couple of years now.
Yeah, and yeah, this man. I hope we are not getting ready to just sound up like they are up there, man. Because like their platforms, I think got wiped out even before ours started getting wiped out. Like they were like just getting rid of their like a lot of their best people that were making videos. Like all of a sudden are just gone, man. You know, you don't see them making videos no more.
Yeah.
I started listening to that.
There was a group of people who were doing videos on the southern border when the whole caravan business was starting up, and they got completely shut down. They had a couple live streams where they were showing some protests at the wall that turned violent, and you never saw them again afterwards.
Right.
Yep. Here you go, Tanya. Here's the kitty. Say hi, Snowball. Say hi. Hi.
Yeah, new things were getting messed up. There's this black guy out of Texas. His name's E.T. Williams, and he's pretty conservative. You know, he had a really good show. You know, it was actually, you know, and at least it was kind of funny, man, because, you know, a lot of it, you know, he just talked a lot of crazy shit. You know what I mean? But he was always truthful about what he was talking about. But there would be some humor in it. But, you know, pretty straight to the point seriousness. And God, YouTube took him off, and they took him off a couple years even before they took Alex Jones off. Before they started attacking Alex Jones, because they were like, man, you can't have this dude out of Texas talking like this, man. You know, this is not fitting the narrative.
The mainstream media was like totally trying to destroy Alex Jones today because he was at the rally in DC yesterday, and they're saying basically that Alex Jones should be arrested and tried and convicted for inciting violence and threatening Joe Biden's life, because apparently Alex Jones said that Biden is going to go one way or the other.
Yeah, they have a hard on for Alex Jones, man. You know what kills me about this whole argument too? I watched this one dude show on Jesse Lee Peterson, man.
I like Jesse. Jesse's cool.
Well, he's so fucking blunt, man. You know, his honesty is beautiful. And we had that Monique actor on there, and it's like I just, you listen to these people's argument like against Trump and stuff like that, or this was wrong in society, and it's like if just any of these people just sat down, rewatched one of their own videos, and actually just looked up the facts, you know, or is it just people just that willing to lie to themselves and everybody else around them just to get you know, a political view across, you know? Because it's like, to me, it's like if people really believe that, it's got to be the biggest participation of mass psychosis I've ever seen, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, how, you know, people are gonna sit there, you know, they like with the whole grab the pussy thing, right? You know, he never said like, I'm just walking up and just grabbing a fucking cooch, you know, and he never said that, dude. You know, he's just like, hey, there's women that'll let you walk up and do that, you know, which anybody that, you know, is partied.
A perfect example of people living completely oblivious to things and then being confronted with their obliviousness. Look at this picture on the screen. I'm going to share it here. It's a recent poll done. This just goes to show you how fucked up people are because they listen to the mainstream media.
See, I believe it's got to be like Max is like my cousin's mom, man. I sat and talked to her, and I've been talking to her like all the time. I've sent her stuff, I've showed her stuff, sent her articles. But this lady, she would sit there and tell you to this point in time, right? If the mainstream media finally came out and said, hey, we got actual proof of all this and this and this, and we're not going to lie to you about it no more, she'd be like, I never heard of any of that shit, even though you've been telling her for years. So,
Yep.
I don't know, man. I think a lot of people will just fucking lie through their teeth just to get their and I seen it in prison, man. You see people, man, like, you know, they'll hang out just maybe to feel protected, man. Maybe, you know, maybe they feel like strength in numbers, like the gangbangers especially did. Those guys, man, especially like the lower guys in the cliques or whatever. I mean, it's like the biggest, it's like a bunch of people that need security blankets, man. I don't know how else to say it, man. They'll roll with anything, man. You can tell them anything stupid, man. You can be like, man, the sky is pink today, dude.
Yep.
You know? And just out of fear, they'll be like, yeah, it's pink today. You know, that type of shit.
It's sad how much people live in fear these days.
Right, man.
And rely on the stupidest thing that you could possibly rely on to alleviate your fears, and that's the government. It's just,
I don't know, man. I've kind of grown up in the system, you know, a good portion of my life, man, or lived in it, and how anybody would want to, like, just willingly, like, subject themselves to that, I don't understand, dude. I don't.
It's like I was I was visiting my mother on Thanksgiving, and it was the first time that I've really hung out with her all this year. And we had a conversation about the COVID shit that's going on. And my mother is a retired registered nurse. So she's, you know, she knows her shit about, you know, medicine and everything. And I'm trying to tell her, I'm like, you don't need to be so scared about everything. And she's like, well, why do you say that? I'm like, do you actually believe the numbers that they're pushing out? And she's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, let's break it down. I'm like, pull up on your iPad, you know, the projected or the announced numbers for the county that we live in. And she's like, okay. So she pulls them up. There's X amount of cases. I'm like, pull up the amount of available hospital beds that are in our county. So she pulls that up. And I'm like, does that make any fucking sense? And she's like, no, it doesn't. Because if you believe the numbers, every single hospital bed in our county is full 3 times over. If that was really the case, you would hear it on the local news that you can't go to the fucking hospital for anything unless you have COVID. You know?
Right.
Like, it does not make sense.
It doesn't, you know, and if you think about it too, like this summer,
just to make
freaking I had to have a skin cancer surgery this summer. And
okay.
So this is like during all the lockdown stuff going on in our state and stuff, and they're saying well, for one, you're going to the hospital during this period of time, right? Let's say they had 10 booths for registration, right? You only got one lady working. The other 9 booths are shut down. You've got the rooms have all been, you know, if it had 2 beds in there, it only has 1 bed now. You know what I mean? You know, and everything had been scaled way back, right? I don't know if they ever fucking unscaled them when they said everything's overflow, you know, full again. You know what I mean? Like, what are you saying? You're full at your minimum capacity, which you guys have been running at? Because through any of my appointments, I've never seen these, you know, these things fill back up. If anything, I've seen it get worse. So what are we talking about being at max capacity? Because I know it's not normal time max capacity, you know, so. And then where are all the heroin deaths, right? You're not hearing about those anymore. The heart attacks, stuff like that, you know. And next thing you know, you're seeing people with gunshot wounds and they're getting counted as COVID deaths. Now, you know, and I've tried to, my mom is one of those people. She's been hiding in her hiding in her condo ever since this shit's happened, dude. And, you know, just been in total fear. You know, like my grandson's birthday this weekend, I couldn't even get my mom to go to that, dude. And
my mother has only left her house like maybe 5 or 6 times this year, and that's mostly just to go to doctor's appointments.
That's the same as my mom, dude.
No way to live.
No, dude. No, man.
And she got all pissed off at me because when I showed up for Thanksgiving dinner, it was the first day that I was coming down with a cold, and I had a stuffy nose, and I had to blow my nose a couple times, and she started freaking out. I'm like, it's just a cold. I was out walking in the rain last night, and I got cold. It's just a fucking cold. And everybody at work heard that I got a cold, and they said it to the manager. We're not comfortable with George coming into work if he's got a cold. So either he has to stay home or we're not showing up. So I got a free week off from work out of it. I'm like, whatever.
That's cool.
Fuck you guys.
Yeah, this is definitely the craziest fucking few years I've ever seen in my life, man. You know what I mean? I've seen, you know, it got definitely, you know, you saw freedoms getting a little bit stripped through the 90s and stuff. Hey, good night, Tanya.
I mean, this is right up here. I grew up, you know, I saw the downfall of communism, you know, and the Berlin Wall coming down. And this is about right up there with that. As far as world-changing events go.
Right, dude. It's definitely yeah, try to stay warm up there. You know, if you got to get another set of long johns. I know it's getting cold here tonight. Man, I got the propane people coming Tuesday. I'm glad because I like to keep my heat cranked at like 75 when it gets really cold.
Oh, you got a big outside tank?
Yeah. It's like 300 and I think like 25 gallons or something like that. I don't know. It looks like a big football, man, out there.
I don't know. I don't mind the cold so much, so I keep my house as low temperature as possible. We have, you know, a tie-in with the local gas company, and I run in the winter months when it gets around freezing. I turn. We have a boiler system furnace that runs baseboard heating throughout the house, and I just keep it at the absolute lowest setting so the pipes don't freeze. And then, like my bedroom, I have an electric heater up here, so you know that I can supplement the heat. But I'll wear a sweater and sweatpants all day long. I don't care.
I was doing this radiator heat though, man. That heats your place good, man. I like water heated place.
It works pretty good. The only problem is that it causes a lot of moisture in the air in the house. So a lot of shit rusts up.
I guess, yeah, that'd suck, man. But
I have to oil my guns like every month in the wintertime because of all the moisture in the air here in the house.
See, I don't have to worry about that. I can only have bows and arrows and shit like that, man. So where I'm at, I got a wood burning stove. I got electric heat along the baseboards of the wall, and I've also got the propane. So that's so I got 3 ways to heat the house, which is pretty cool. I haven't run the wood. This is my first year.
Yeah, I haven't run my wood burning fireplace in a couple of years. I have to get it inspected again before I'll start a fire in it. But if if the gas happens to go out for some reason, I have backup kerosene heaters, which I don't particularly like running because of the fumes, but I have them just in case.
Right. Yeah, I got a couple of those like shop heaters and stuff. Like if I really needed it, I could bring those into the house with the propane tanks, and that'd be good to go.
Yeah, I have a generator. I have a generator out in the barn When we had the house rewired 15 years ago. It was right after we had that big blackout in 03. Where like half the Midwest and Canada lost power.
Yeah.
My dad decided he didn't want to deal with that anymore, so he bought a generator. And when he had the house rewired, he had a junction box set up to the main where you could plug the generator into the side of the house and switch the circuitry over and run like half the house off the generator if you needed to.
Oh shit,
So
dude, that's good.
I don't know how to run it. I'd have to have an electrician come over here and show me how to run it, but
Right.
I have that option in an emergency. But the generator hasn't been run in probably 6 or 7 years. I need to get it checked out.
And my father-in-law, he just taught me how to wire up my garage this year. I did all the light fixtures, the outlets, and then we put another fuse box in the garage, going between the house and the garage. No, I just got to get it wired into the house, but I'm going to have somebody come in and do that just because I got to have it signed off on anyway. So if I got to pay to have them sign off on it, might as well just let them put it together.
Like apparently, if we've only had to plug in the generator to the house like maybe 2 or 3 times since it was installed, and it puts out enough voltage that we can keep the refrigerator and our chest freezer running, plus all the house lights and like 2 outlets, like where we can run a TV and a computer, and charge something with a charger. So it's enough to get by, for a couple of days if the power's out.
I should do that for myself where I'm at too. Like I say, I'm out in the middle of nowhere, man. So if it ever goes out up here, I'm kind of screwed, man.
Now, what direction are you from Madison? Are you north, south?
I'm north. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually pretty much straight north of Madison, like an hour and a half. It's like the Dallas is 45 minutes from Madison, and I'm like another 45 minutes past that.
Because when I went up to Madison, I took the bus from Chicago, and we just went up the main highway, and it was all like rolling farmland and everything around, Appleton and all that. It was pretty country.
Yeah. They sent you all the way to Appleton on the Greyhound? Holy shit, they sent you all the way if you're going Chicago to Madison, man.
Yeah.
I remember Greyhounds used to be crazy, man. I used to take them everywhere, back in the late 80s and early 90s, man. And that's bad when you could still smoke on the bus.
Yeah, because we don't have direct train service, up there anymore. So I was taking the train from Cleveland to Chicago, and then had to take a bus transfer from Chicago to Madison.
Oh, that's a hell of a ride. That's freaking man. That's like Appleton. That's like a whole. That's like, dude. That's like 4 hours out of the fucking way, man.
Yeah, I remember
make no sense.
The bus ride. I think it was around Appleton. We picked up this one guy on the bus, and we made it about a half mile away from where we picked him up, and he started having a panic attack and freaked out and basically threatened the bus driver with imminent death if he didn't let him off the bus right now. And the bus driver's like, "Okay, have a nice day. Get the fuck off." Immediately called the state police and said, "Yeah, there's a code 15 on the side of the road here. Go pick them up."
Yeah, that's funny. This must have been like 91, I think. 90 or 91. I was coming back to Madison from Houston. And I may or may have had something on me that I shouldn't have had. I almost got robbed in Dallas, which blew my mind. That was kind of crazy. And just trying to smoke a joint outside of Dallas bus station. Next thing you know, I get a gun in my face. And the guy that I was on the bus with pulled the gun on that guy and saved my ass because I'd smoked a joint with him on the bus. So like the pot almost got me shot, but it saved me from getting shot. So it was kind of weird. So anyway, we get back on the bus in Dallas. Next thing you know, we're coming up on the Oklahoma border, man. And all of a sudden, man, the fucking DPS just fucking swarmed the bus, dude. Next thing you know, they're coming on with the fucking dope dogs and everything, right? And I'm fucking dude, I'm fucking sweating bullets, man. I'm like ready to piss my pants, dude. And they end up grabbing this little Mexican dude behind us, man. And fucking like the bus, you know, pulls on, dude. And I was like, by the time I got to Wisconsin, dude, I was so fucking happy, dude. You know,
that's kind of like did you you know who Aaron the Tires is?
Yeah, I've seen him in the chat on here. I haven't seen any of his programs yet, but
Aaron's a friend of ours, and he's been running a stream on Twitch for a couple of years now, and he has some crazy adventures, and he had a similar experience. He he's in New York State, a little bit south of Buffalo.
Okay.
And he went and visited our friend Don Bear, who used to live in Washington State. He went out there twice to visit him, and on his last visit, which was about a year ago, he had the craziest adventure. He was taking the train out to visit Don, so he left New York and he was taking Amtrak to Washington State, and he got kicked off the train because he was wearing a Trump shirt and talking about Trump. He got kicked off the train in Red Wing, Minnesota, and one of our other chatters, Dallas, who lives out in that area, went and picked him up, and ended up flying with him out to Washington State for a couple of weeks, and then Aaron took the bus from Washington back to New York. And he was bringing back a bunch of weed and shit and hash and all kinds of stuff. And the cops ended up showing up at the bus somewhere towards the end of his trip when he was in New York. And somebody switched his bag on the bus. The cops were looking for this other dude on the bus. And they ended up getting this guy and taking Aaron's bag. But Aaron got the other guy's bag, and the other guy's bag happened to have a shitload of weed and fucking hash and all kinds of shit out of it. So he ended up like making out like times 10 on what he was carrying. It was hilarious. He's still like this happened like almost like 9 months ago, and he's still smoking this weed and this hash that he got off this guy.
That's too funny, man. That is too fucking hilarious.
But like when he was having this adventure trip, he was like live streaming it every day. And when he got kicked off the train in Minnesota, he was live streaming it. And it was in the middle of the wintertime in a snowstorm. And he ended up at the public library in Red Wing, Minnesota, like in the middle of the night. And he was camping in a dumpster to get out of the wind. And you see our buddy Dallas come after driving like an hour and a half to come pick him up. It was fucking hilarious.
Wow. Dallas, actually, he lives like an hour away from me.
Yeah, he's in Hudson.
You know, Wednesdays I gotta go. I keep telling that dude, Wednesdays I gotta go meet up with that dude. You know, and at least burn one or something with him.
Yeah, and Carpenter Patriot lives pretty close.
Yeah,
there
in Minnesota.
Too.
Yeah, he's just like I think right on the other side of the border.
He's in Stewartsville.
You know, me and my wife, we went out to Vegas a couple of times, and the first time we went out there, we stayed at the Trump Hotel, and this was about 3 years ago. So that's probably like the first year into his presidency. And man, I like wore Trump everything out, even in Vegas and and in the airports, and I got a big bag, man, from the hotel, say Trump International Hotel on it, man, and I carried it all the way home. You got some funny looks, man, but nobody said nothing, but some people are definitely like, you know. It's kind of like when you go into Madison not wearing a mask, you know what I mean? And I've only had one place like totally refuse me service, man. And it was like some fucking dude, man. You know, this kid is lucky, man. I've gotten older and I've gotten mellower in my old age, you know, because I think there's probably a time in life where I'd probably took the cops to get me out of there, you know, and
Yeah.
But I just like, you don't want my business fine. I'll take it somewhere else. You know, 15 years ago, I'd have probably strangled the fucker, you know. And, but yeah, I mean, that's, oh man. But yeah, coming back from Vegas, that was funny, man. Just some of the looks, man. That was just like, it's like, grow the fuck up, man. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like, I'm sure like most of us, right? If we had to really live with, somebody that wasn't going to totally shit on us, or we lived with Obama for 8 years. You know what I mean? I didn't cry for the 8 years we had Obama in office. I don't even think I wrote on it a few times, like when the guy was doing really stupid shit and was like super obvious. But I got used to the Bushes. You know?
I look back at those years when we had Obama in office, and all I remember is like every day looking at the newspaper and just shaking my head, saying, "What is he doing?"
Right.
It was like,
and nobody's just saying like, shit, man.
Yep.
Dude can just go fuck up whatever he wants, man. I remember, what was it, the first year into his presidency, like he's shutting down some, I think a piano company and a gun company ended up getting shut down because he was banning some fucking wood. You know, something like super stupid. But you know what I mean? It was, and you can tell that's what it was just to punish these people. Because the piano company was like,
you can't make a rifle stock. You can't make a rifle stock because this tree is protected now.
Right. Just like some just like total horseshit. I mean, taking jobs out of somebody's fucking hands here, but they ended up being able to order the similar wood, I think, from fucking China, dude.
It got progressively worse every year of his presidency. And then at the end of it, you remember, I think it was less than a year before he got out of office was when that whole secret money shipment to Iran, happened.
Right. Oh my God,
they flew the plane in with pallets full of bills. I'm like, oh my God, seriously?
Dude, did they ever even find? Dude, I think there's like 3 nuclear warheads that went missing during his administration, if I'm not mistaken. Or one to 3 out of the United States. And I remember this was huge. It was even on Alex Jones, right? But after a couple days, even he went silent on it. Like, I ain't even heard nothing ever talked about it since. And it's like, well, if ain't nobody talked about it, where the fuck is that nuclear warhead at, man? You know what I mean? It's like, all of a sudden everybody forget. It's like, do you remember September 10th, 2001? Do you remember September 10th?
I remember
Donald Rumsfeld's huge announcement. Donald Rumsfeld had a huge announcement that day about how much money was missing, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, next you know, 9/11 happens, dude. Nobody's hearing about that money no more. No one's ever brought it back up.
Same thing happened. Okay, the big news item for the U.S. right before 9/11 happened was that college student intern in New England who was tied with a congressman who ended up being killed. She was kidnapped, raped, and killed. And there was a whole tie-in because, she was involved with this one congressman or senator from Massachusetts, I think it was. And, as soon as 9/11 happened, you never heard anything else about it.
Right.
Gary, the congressman, his name was Gary Condit.
Yeah, dude, I remember that, the Condit, man. I remember that name. And, dude, she park, man, like, the thing they try to say she went missing in a park jogging or like got murdered and raped.
Yeah. They said they ended up saying that like some illegal immigrant, kidnapped, raped, and murdered her. in Rock Creek Parkway outside of DC. But she was, a staffer with this congressman, and, they're trying to tie it to him. And I'm sure he was super happy that, the next day he became the least important news item.
Right.
I remember, though, 9/11, I was fucking sleeping on the couch when the shit hit the fan, and my dad woke me up and he's like, "You need to wake up and look at the news. There's some shit going on."
I was working at the Lake Geneva.
I went in the kitchen with him and my grandfather, and we watched the second plane hit the World Tower live on TV.
Yeah.
That was fucked up.
Yeah, I was all in. I was trimming. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The plane that crashed in the field in Pennsylvania actually flew over my house.
Oh wow, man!
It reversed its course just outside of Cleveland and flew right over my house, and we knew it because we're close to the airport here, and we know the flight patterns. We're like, that ain't right. What we were seeing and hearing. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I remember. All right. Oh man. I gotta get a better chair, man. This couch kills me, man, when I sit forward like this. Hey, Dallas, are you still in the chat, man? So anybody else been at any rallies lately, or? I like going to the rallies. It reminds me of going to old concerts back in the day. Seems like it's almost the same crowd, but just nowadays older. Boo.
No. All right, I'm back.
All right, man.
I don't know if you heard anything weird, but one of my cats ended up on the keyboard, so.
Oh, I can hear the meowing though. Oh, that's cool, man. Shit, I'll be right back myself quick. I gotta run, take a quick break. Freaking
Cuckoo.
Oh, Albany, New York. Yeah, man, they Madison, they blocked off after the square too, man. They made it like so you couldn't drive around the square. Yeah, the police were fucking it up there too, man. It's funny. I don't know how the police, man, like they help these like mayors and shit, or these governors in these cities and states that shit on them. You think they'd be the first ones? Like, man, go do what you want to do, man. But man, I guess some people, man, will do anything for a fucking job.
Yeah.
It's cool, man. Then the game. It's in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah,
What was that? That's you. I just figured that out.
it's just easier for me to type in here than it is to open up another tab.
Okay. That's cool, man.
Yeah, the Ohio State Capitol and the governor's mansion here in Ohio have been under heightened security with the state police this entire year because people are so fed up with the governor and the leadership in the state. Because our governor is a complete fucking rhino. You know,
Oh, really, dude? Oh, that sucks.
Oh, yeah, he's full on corrupt rhino. There's actually
It's worse
one
than
of the
having a Democrat governor.
yeah, you know, it was the only reason, you know, that I was glad that he got elected was because he wasn't a Democrat. You know, it's better
Yeah.
than the alternative, but not by much. But he
I was gonna
has so
say I
much.
don't know because the Democrat, at least you know what the Democrat is. The rhino is a fucking snake.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah. There's one of the state legislators in the state house filed articles of impeachment against the governor here just a couple of weeks ago. I don't know how far it's progressed, but yeah, he's tied into a whole bunch of corruption. We had a state legislator who got caught in a huge bribery scandal with some nuclear power companies here in Ohio a couple of months ago, and we're talking millions of dollars in bribery. He's just, yeah, they're all Ohio politics have always been nothing but fucking scumbags, no matter the party.
Dude, it seems like that's how Wisconsin's always been. Like even the city of Milwaukee, like they're if you read up on her city, that's the first thing they talk about. The two founders of it were two corrupt ass dudes, man.
Yep.
That founded the city, and they're kind of proud of that heritage. You know, they take that like as a badge of honor, man. And it's like that's Dane County, Madison. It's the same thing with them. You know, they take it's like the rules for thee but not for me type of mentality there, because it's always kind of like been like Madison was set up years ago as a little playground city for elite people from New York and shit, and then like it's I guess some like elite families from fucking Chicago area, but more from the New York influence. So Madison's always had kind of a little fucking uppity attitude anyway, you know, like in part of the city, and they just think they're meant to like fuck you over, I guess. Like it's their corruption is okay. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like they're comfortable with their corruption, man. And they can find any fucking way to justify it, man, which is always it's kind of blowing my mind. When I went to first started going to school through, like I was telling you about like the people I met that were into the communism shit, man. It was in that class called Dissent Protest. I was at school for like 9 weeks, and I know when I left that school, then people were happy as hell, dude. Because even in that class, the first thing that they taught you about, like anything in the city, right, was never about dealing with the actual issues. You know, it was always about blaming something that really had nothing to do with it, man. You know, to me, it was more like a training ground. Like if you were gonna have like a black KKK, this would be like the training ground for it, man. And the teacher for it was actually like she'd been like a civil rights activist back in the 60s, so that qualified her for a fucking job. And coming out of Houston, I had like a totally different view coming out of Houston right when I did, because I left there in '89, And this is like during the height of like the gangs kicking up in the 80s, you know, because of the whole popularity thing after the movie Cars. So to see all the programs down there and what they were trying to say and what they were trying to focus blame, you know. That's why this brings me back to Jesse Lee Peterson too, man, because that's why I like Jesse Lee Peterson, because he talks a lot about those issues out of the bigger city and just hits it, you know, right on the nail, right on the head. Sorry, man, I'm rambling, dude. I'm stoned to shit, and I kind of lost my whole train of where I was going with that.
I need to fire up another bowl here.
Yeah. I probably don't need to, man, because like I say, I'm losing track where I'm going.
Because I got some kick-ass weed.
Well, it's all right. I can't complain, man. You know, it does the trick, you know. Sound like some good Gorilla Glue or something like that. That's my favorite, man.
Yeah, this is sour lemon papaya.
Sour lemon papaya. Sounds tasty.
Yeah, I think it's just a cross between sour diesel and lemon haze. But
those are both good
fucking
strains.
Great.
Yeah, I knew a guy, but he's passed away now, man. He used to have some really good strains on sour diesel and lemon haze. He passed away on that fucking heroin, man. That's what kills me, you know, during this whole COVID thing, right? You know, there are things in this country. I think people, you know, if we're gonna be like worried about something, I think there's things that maybe don't have the easiest solutions, but you know, we definitely could be looking at. You know, if we're gonna be putting resources on, I think like the opiate epidemic is like, man, why aren't we focused on that?
You know, I don't know if it's the same way up there, but around here in Cleveland, before COVID started, the big thing as far as public health goes was the fentanyl issue. Because
that's what I'm talking about.
The fentanyl is in everything around here. You cannot buy a drug around here that isn't laced with fentanyl. It's in coke, it's in meth, it's in speed, it's in everything. And you know, in the news, it was, you know, every weekend you'd hear, you know, 10 people died in the county because of fentanyl overdoses, or 20 people, you know, died, or 10 people were arrested in a fentanyl scheme and they got caught with like 6 pounds of pure fentanyl, which was enough to kill like half the people in the state. You don't hear anything about it now.
Right, dude. That's been my whole issue with the whole COVID thing, because I've lost, man, so many friends, man, in the last few years to, you know, bad heroin or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
You know, because of the fentanyl. Yeah, basically, I guess we want to blame anything. It's the fentanyl.
Yeah, as far as if you classify it all as an opioid problem, I've lost probably 6 or 7 people that I know over the last 10 years to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just been in the last year, man. People I grew up with, man, and
like even my father, you know, he was a pill popper. You know, he would do everything he could the last couple of years that he was alive to get oxycodone. He had legitimate pain issues, but he just couldn't get what he needed from his doctors and everything. So yeah, he was getting pills from wherever he could.
You know, when I went to prison, that's what got me on like how I got to prison. Man, I got I'd originally gotten a neck injury. So my doctor handed me, you know, a shit ton of Vicodins, you know.
Yep.
And
same with my dad.
After a while, the Vicodins weren't working, right? You know. So my doctor's like, well, here's a script of fucking oxys, man. So for a pinched nerve, man, next thing you know, they're giving me oxys, man. Fucking, I get in a car wreck a couple years later, man. So bam, here's more oxys.
Yeah, he was getting fake prescriptions.
Oh,
Yeah, he was getting to the point where he was purposely injuring himself so that he could get
holy
prescriptions and aggravating
dude,
old
they just kept
injuries.
giving them to me, man. Every time I show up with
It's
a new injury, they
same here.
kept giving me a bigger prescription. It was like, dude,
Yep.
what do you want, man? It's like, dude, do you guys not realize, dude? I'm like a fucking drunk, dude. You know, especially at that age, I was still drinking a lot and shit. And, you know, and obviously, you know, I like doing drugs. I never once hit it when I went there. But it's like the more open I was about my drug use, I was like the more willing they were to throw me the axes, man. It was fucking crazy, dude. It's like they were trying to create a class of junkies, you know what I mean? And
Yep.
so when I got out of prison, you know, because I ended up in
There was a
man, I ended up on a run, man. That man, I ended up like on a 2-month run. Ended up with 2 DUIs, going to prison. Freaking but you know, the whole cycle, you know, is you know that you know you're doing the pills, next thing you know that's not enough, next thing you know you're doing a shit ton of cocaine trying to just stay up with the day from the pills, and then you know you gotta drink a shit ton on that. You know it's a cycle, man. Vicious circle.
Yep.
And so after about 2 months, next thing you know, I'm on my way to prison. So I get out, you know, and prison, you know, I basically got high the whole time on psych meds because they put me on a shit ton of psych meds. I was seeing trails on them motherfuckers, dude. So I come out of prison, and I finally decided to get clean. Once I got out of prison, I'm getting ready to get off of my parole, which I stayed on all the pills and shit while I was on parole and stuff, you know. But I'm coming up on the end of my parole, so I get off of you know, I get off my parole. Like a month later, I'm in another fucking car accident, man. I got T-boned, man, after I get off of work, man. I go to the doctor, and I'm like, I've just gotten off all the pills, everything, right? And my doctor hands me like this. She's like, here, you can just have a script, man. Whatever you want. You need to fill it, you call it, we refill it, you know, this type thing for like oxys, man. I was like, fuck that. I turned it down. I would have had to sign a contract with the state, you know, if I did that. I was like, fuck that. You know, I'm like, that's where I'm done, man. Fucking, so I just went back to smoking weed, man. You know, I was like, fuck this. I'm done with all that shit, man.
Yeah, I'm kind of lucky in that I have a natural, as far as my body chemistry goes, I'm a little off compared to normal when it comes to opiates. I can take an opiate like a Vicodin or a Percocet, and all it will do is kill the pain. I have zero narcotic side effects from it. And I can take a lot of it, and it still doesn't get me fucked up. Like, it has something to do with my metabolism. I have an abnormal metabolic rate. So, like, I've taken Percocets and Vicodin and hydroxycordones, you know, for toothaches and migraines, and it just kills the pain. I don't get any kind of high off of it whatsoever, even in, you know, heavy doses. So I've taken intravenous morphine before. I had to administer morphine to myself when I was working in the backcountry. And it just killed the pain.
Oh,
Didn't
shit,
get me high whatsoever.
Shit, morphine, man, morphine. I've been getting that for years, man, for migraines, man. So I got my wisdom teeth taken out when I was like 35. Then I quit getting migraines once I got my wisdom teeth finally pulled.
Yeah, back in
But I used to have to
97.
go to
Back in 97 and 98, when I was working up in Canada, and my mother was still working as an RN, I used to get, she would outfit my personal first aid kit. And I was getting, you know, professional drugs from the hospital, you know, and she gave me some morphine styrates, you know, for emergencies. And I had to use them the 1 year because I smashed my hand up really bad. And I was on morphine for 3 days and killed the pain and got no high. It was kind of strange.
It's too bad, man, because I'd go. This sounds fucked up, but it got to the point I would get happy to get a migraine just so I could go to the hospital and get the good morphine. Because as soon as that shit would hit for about 20 seconds, dude, holy fuck, dude.
That's like what my father
man.
was dealing with. You know, when he started purposely injuring himself, I saw him do it one time. He took his shoulder because he had rotator cuff surgery. He took his shoulder and he rammed it into the side of a tree like 5 or 6 times so that he could aggravate it enough so that he could go to the hospital and get some pills for it.
Oh my god, dude! Holy fuck, dude! That's hardcore, man.
He would just tell the doctor, "Oh, I was using the lawnmower, and I used my shoulder too much and fucked it up. Give me some pills."
Yeah.
No, like seriously, drink a beer, smoke a joint.
right. It took me going through prison. I mean, actually, I just gotten off of parole, and I really put everything together, man. I'm like, man, I'm just making myself a slave to this system, man. The fucked up thing is from the oxys, man. I got diverticulitis, man. I should have fucked up my intestines, man. I fucking
I had a coworker who had really bad diverticulitis. That it was some fucked up shit. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Yeah, it sucks, man. I tell you that, man. Put it this way: I had this. In a way, I guess it doesn't suck because in a way it's a motivator, man. Because I had to change my diet, man, and I have to work out every day. Because if I don't, man, my body, I shit you not, man, I feel like I got the shit kicked out of me. So I have to work out every day.
Yeah, if you're, if you have a history of working out, your body gets used to that, and when it doesn't, get exercised, it's going to tell you.
But I mean, like my intestines, right? They don't work right if I don't. I have to, because of the pockets and shit backs up in there, man. So it's like you have to keep your system moving and burning all the time for that to keep working smoothly. Because if you just let it fucking build up, man, then it gets painful, man. You want to talk about some pain? Fuck, dude, it feels like you got like kicked, man. You're getting kicked from the inside of your back out, man. It's fucked up,
my
man.
late teens, early 20s, I had some really bad intestinal issues, and I can completely agree with that. If you don't, if you work yourself into a routine where you're doing a lot of physical activity throughout the day and you're getting your exercise, and then all of a sudden you stop, your body doesn't like that.
Yeah. Well, I landscape I did a lot of things, but they're all physical jobs over the years. I did like landscape, and I did roofing for a long time, hung gutters. Did some mechanics work, but I don't like that because you're sitting around too much. I did tree work, all that shit. Hung drywall, laid tile, laid carpet.
I used to ride my bike 20 miles a day, and in the summertime when I was working up in Canada, I would paddle a canoe. I was in pretty good shape back then, but after I turned 20 and gave all that up, and it just kind of wrecked my physical body.
I've always wanted to go to Canada. I can't go to Canada, man. At least, unless if I go there, I think I got to sneak across the border or something. I don't think they'll let me in because I went to prison for OWI.
It's pretty easy to get up there if you actually need to go across like illegally. There are so many gaps in the border. And believe me, I know because I've looked into it.
Yeah.
The last time that I tried to cross the border, I was denied entry because they scanned my ID at the border crossing, and when they scan your ID, not only are they scanning the data on your card, they're actually scanning the actual card for drug residue. And I showed up with marijuana residue on my, issued ID, so they denied me entry.
Wow.
They ran it.
That's You know, it's funny. They give us so much shit about, you know, our country, right? They got stricter border laws than we do.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. And then we take it to. We're just like, yes, you're in Canada. We're so horrible. You know, it's like, oh,
I
man.
actually, I smuggled a very large amount of cocaine across the Canadian border once.
Awesome, dude.
I was presented with an opportunity that allowed me to clear all my debt about 12 years ago. And I took it, you know, I decided to do it, and it cleared my debt, and I'd do it again if I had to, but it was kind of a nerve-wracking 3 days.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it was, man.
Involving a sailboat going across Lake Erie. Because these people these people I knew, they needed to move some shit from my end to the lake to the other end of the lake, but they didn't know how to navigate. And they were too scared to try and drive across the border. So I'm like, just run a boat. We don't know how to run a boat. Well, I know how to run a boat. You give me some money, I'll run the boat for you. And I was able to clear all my debt out of that. So
that's cool, man. Nothing wrong with that, see, man. That's why I love America, man. Land of opportunity.
Yep.
Man, you can be broke one day and you can be living well the next, man. Just if you're willing to get out there and go do it, you know. I think it's their biggest mistake. You know, that's one thing. You know, I want to say like I'm a Republican, but I'm pretty conservative, right? You know,
same here. I will not, you know, put the label of a Republican on myself anymore because there's just too many rhinos.
They keep, man, they keep asking me for money, right? You know, or they did for a while, and they finally stopped. I sent them a letter, man, and I said, you know, the day you go lock up, you know, the Bush family, any one of them members, just lock up any one of them. For something, I don't even care if it's for a day in jail. Just lock them up on something. You know, make an example of somebody. I said, I will donate money to you then. But until that day, fuck off, man. So I haven't gotten a letter from them since. But yeah, they kept trying to send me letters all the time, man. Until I told them that.
Yeah. I'm very picky on who I give money to.
Yeah. I hate Democrats.
I give money
I
to the Salvation Army.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The only people I give money to on a yearly basis are the Salvation Army and a charity that I'm linked up with online. They support the families of injured and killed special operations people in the military. And those are the only two charities I give to.
'65 AMC Rambler, holy shit, dude!
That's a cool looking car.
My mom had it. It was like called a Rebel or something, or Rebel. I can't remember what the fuck it was called. It was a 4-door. It was like early '70s, I think. And I'll never forget, man. I opened the back door, in the spring, and I was in the back of the car when I did it too. But I just kicked the door open. When I kicked the door open, the spring shot out of the fucking door, hit the back window, man, shattered it out, dude. Like if that spring would have like actually hit me, man, I'd have been fucked, dude. You know.
Now, if you're talking to 60, if you're talking to 65, my mother used to have a 65 Ford Mustang, and she's told me repeatedly throughout her life that it was the absolute worst car that she ever bought. It burned oil like a motherfucker. The transmission crapped out after 20 miles on it. She hated that thing.
Yeah, cars, man. You know, if you didn't get the right car put together back then, you got the car that was put together on the drunk shift. Holy fuck, dude. You were fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we had a lot of bad cars. We had a couple good cars. The best car that we ever had was a 1985 Chevy Nova, which was basically it was basically a 1985 Toyota Corolla with a Chevy engine in it. And my dad ended up putting about 890,000 miles on that thing. On the original engine and transmission. We drove that thing into the fucking ground. It was the best fucking car we ever had.
It's like those fucking Geos. Those Geos last forever, man. My cousin had he had a couple of them. Dude, he used to ride around, man, with like, I remember one time, because I helped him put in there, we put a 350 turbo tranny in the back of that thing. Like, you know, in the hatchback part. And I helped him lift the block for the 350 motor, and we set it down in there, right? That's like, what, a little 3-cylinder motor or some shit? That shit you not, still chirping the tires with that son of a bitch. And that's how he drove it all the time, man. I don't even know how many miles that car had on it. That thing would take a beating. You could load it down, man, and it would still go. I mean, it would be humming, but it would go, man.
So we had it was a 92 Pontiac Grand Am with a big 6, and we put about 650,000 miles on that thing, and it was a great car. And then one day my dad was driving it, and he got off the highway and was sitting in a traffic light, and he went to go when the light turned green, and the motor fell on the ground. All the motor mounts failed. He was lucky that he was at a stop when it happened, and he wasn't moving at full speed because they said it would have killed him. He went. He pushed it to a service station about a block away, and ended up having a tow come and take it and just scrapped it. You know, sold the title to a scrap yard. And about a month later, they issued a recall on the fucking motor mounts.
Too funny, man. Too funny. Dude,
yeah, that's the car I learned to drive in when I was taking my learner's permit. I used to take that with him, and we drive around the back country roads on the backwater part of my county. And that car had some balls.
I had a 79 Toyota one year, Toyota Corolla. Man, that thing, man, was so... Dude, I think I put like... Back then, maybe it was like $5-8 worth of gas, and it would last me like 2 weeks. And...
yeah. We had a 79 Datsun... We had an 81 Datsun 200 SX. Yeah, you put $20 worth of gas in it, you could run it all month probably. You know, if you were only going to work and back and forth. Great fucking little cars.
That Toyota Corolla, man, I'll never forget though, man. It finally died on me, and I had taken a turn, and it was icy out that night, and it just slid across the ice. And you'd never known that the underneath the car was rusting because the outside of the car had been repainted. Man had the outside of the car repainted, but nothing done with the undercarriage, man. And so when I hit the curb, man, the frame or whatever that holds your front tires on, like it's separate. So all of a sudden, like the steering box ain't turning the wheels no more. Yeah, I had to do the same thing. I had to call a tow truck company, man, take $25 and let them haul it to the scrapyard, man.
Yeah.
It was good running a car up until that happened, though, man. I used to drive that shit everywhere, drunk as hell.
Yeah. for a while, that was me and my dad's thing, was to go out for late night drives in the back roads of the county and drink and get fucked up. And we had I cannot believe we never got, popped by the cops once. We lucked out big time. We had a couple close calls.
I didn't start getting like OWIs till after I quit smoking weed, and that's when I started getting OWIs, man. It's kind of funny how that worked out, man. Like, it's like when I smoked weed, I didn't get OWIs. Once I quit smoking, after my second kid was born, I started getting paranoid smoking weed, man. And so I quit smoking weed for 10 years. That's when I got all my OWIs.
I remember the last time that me and my dad went for a drive. Before he passed away, probably about 2.5 years ago. We had a couple beers and smoked a joint, and we stopped at this gas station for a piss break about 10 miles away from my house, and he parked on the side of the station. We walk out. There's a tractor trailer in the back of the station, and it had a fucking tank on the back of it, an M1 Abrams tank, an Army tank. And it was covered with a tarp. And the driver of the truck walked out, and I asked him, like, hey, man, what's up with the tank? And he's like, oh, I'm taking it to the tank plant here in Ohio to get it repaired. It got fucked up over in Afghanistan. We're like, can we see the damage? He's like, yeah, okay. There's no cameras out here. So he lifted up the tarp, and this tank was fucked up. It had some major fucking damage to it from like an IED or something. It was the last time that me and him were driving around. Oh, that was our therapy. We would go around and just drive around and listen to good music and get fucked up on the back roads.
I remember you used to be able to do that, man. When I first got my license in Texas, man, fucking when I got my license down there, I was 88. So Texas still had no open container law, man. I got pulled over 16, beer between my leg, and all they wanted was you to pour the beer out, right? Like, if you poured the beer out, then you wouldn't get an underage drinking ticket. It wasn't even a drinking and driving ticket because there was no open container law, man. So, yeah, those were the good days. You drive around with a good buzz, man, and listen to some good-ass fucking tunes.
Yeah, I remember about, probably 5 years ago, my dad, he got stopped by a sheriff just a couple miles away from here. He was just leaving a restaurant, and he had a couple drinks at the restaurant, and he had an open beer in the car, and sheriff's deputy pulled him over for speeding, and he was like a high-ranking sergeant, like a lifer in the county sheriff's. And he looked at my dad. He's like, you got an open beer there? He's like, yeah, I'm not trying to hide it. You got me. He's like, well, what do you want me to do about this? And he's like, well, run my license. I haven't been in trouble in a long time. So my dad, gave him the license, and he ran his license. And he hadn't had, a DUI or anything in over 20 years. And the deputy is like, I'm going to cut your break. If you promise me that you're going to drive home and sober up, I'll let you go and I'll pour your beer out. So my dad, really lucked out on that one.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I've had one experience with the cops let me drive home. Outside of that, man, the cops are usually like, how we're taking you, man.
Oh, man, we had one night where we could have seriously done some major jail time when we got stopped. Me and my dad were driving around about 10 miles south of where we live, and we had been drinking, smoking, and I think we were doing some LSD. And I had to use the can, and we pulled into a county metro park facility to use their porta potty. And while I was in the fucking porta potty, a sheriff's deputy pulled in the parking lot and did a traffic stop on my dad. And my dad's
Holy
like,
shit.
my dad's feeding this deputy a whole line of shit. He's like, yeah, I'm out driving around with my son. You know, he's a teenager and he's having some issues. And we were just talking. Yeah, he basically told the guy, he's like, yeah, he had a medical emergency and he had to use the porta potty. He had a colostomy and he had to empty out his colostomy bag and take he's dealing with diarrhea and all this shit. And the cop like walks up to the porta potty and knocks on the door while I'm there. I'm like, occupied. And he's like, well, this is the sheriff's department. I need to know who's in there. I'm like, I gave him my name. I'm like, I'm having a really bad medical issue. and somehow the cop did not see the open bottles in the car and like the 4 or 5 roaches that were in the ashtray, and he let my dad go. And I came out and my dad's telling me the line of shit that he was feeding the cop, and I told him the line of shit that I was feeding the cop, and somehow it worked perfectly. We lucked out majorly.
That's cool, man. Oh man.
Oh.
Me and my cousin, man, we'd almost had a jury trial beat, dude. And just because of forgetting one small minor detail, fucking dude, my cousin ended up sitting a year, man. We'd already talked before court, right? You know, we had our everything set up, man. And then at the last minute, my cousin decided to throw a little extra on top of his story, man. You know, to try to make it sound better. That shit fucked him up, man.
Yeah.
Just, you know, he's getting hauled out of court, man, and shit,
I lucked out the last time that I had to go to court no, not the last time. Okay. The first time that I had to go to court for any kind of criminal offense as an adult, I got popped on a 5th degree felony misdemeanor receiving stolen property charge. And when the cops showed up to serve the warrant on me, I had my pipe and a little bit of weed on me. So I had to spend a night in the city jail. And I got assigned a court date a week later. And I went to court fully expecting that I was going to end up in county jail for like 6 months. And for some reason, I decided it would be really good to get as fucked up as I could before I went to the courthouse. So I smoked a shit ton of weed that night. And when I went to the courthouse, I was carrying a backpack because I had to walk up there, and I carried a spare change of clothes so I could change to look presentable to the judge. And I brought my pipe and a whole bunch of weed into the courthouse. I found it when I went to go inside and change. I ended up flushing it down the toilet. but then I ended up in probation, and they didn't search me, so I could have gotten away with it all. So I was
like, yeah. Dude, I may have one time. Well, I went to jail one time, but the rest of this will just say as it may or may not have happened. Ended up getting up to my cell with a 1/4 ounce of some killer ass bud. I thought I was going to be there for a few days. I didn't realize this is when I was with my first wife. I didn't think she'd come and bail me out right away. I figured she'd be pissed off that I got sent to jail, so I didn't figure she'd be cool and come bail me out right away. And so I ate the pot when I got in there, you know, not thinking that I'd get out right away, and I didn't want to get caught with it in jail, so I'm just laying in the cell eating the fucking pot, man. I get through eating the last fucking bud, and I'm just kind of laying there, and, you know, and everything's kind of starting to kick in. And fucking, all of a sudden, you know, they come to my cell, you know, Mr. Copan, let's go. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? He goes, yeah, just got your bail, man. So I'm like, all right, fucking cool, man. So he goes, you smell kind of funny, man. Oh, that's cool, man. Let's go, dude. And so next you know, we're out there starting to, check out, out of the place and shit. And the girl's like, you got some green shit in your teeth, man. And I was like, yeah, man, I had spaghetti earlier tonight, man. Some fucking parsley and shit, man. He's like, man, you smell funny, dude. But, they ended up not saying shit, but I ended up eating that whole fucking bag for nothing, man. That's high as shit, though. That's cool.
Yeah, I've had to eat weed
high,
a couple of times. Yeah, it's a completely different high. I remember one night we had a local city cop trailing us for about 2 miles. When me and my friends were driving around, we all had some weed on us, and I had to eat about probably like 6 or 7 grams of weed, and I got the whole body high out of it about 45 minutes after I ate it. And oh man, it fucking kicked my ass. Oh.
Man, I just remember I was
total,
really jittery high, man.
Total couch lock. You don't want to fucking move.
Yeah. I was like freaking out high. That's how high I got from that shit.
Oh, I remember.
It was like I was kicking in while I was signing the paperwork to get out.
Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I like to do a little bit of LSD when I could find it and it was clean. And the last time that I had a really good trip, I ended up having kind of a panic attack for about an hour of my trip because there was where I was tripping at, the city I was living in, there was a church that had a real big property with like gardens and fountains and all kinds of shit. And I went back there and I was hanging out in their gardens in the middle of the night, tripping my balls off. And there was an ambulance that was responding to like a 911 call, but couldn't find the address in the neighborhood right next to the church. So this ambulance was going around street by street for like 20 minutes trying to find this address. And I thought it was the cops looking for me. Freak, I'm like hiding in bushes and climbing up trees because I thought the cops were looking for me.
Yeah.
Then I realized it wasn't a cop and it was just an ambulance. I'm like, oh shit, what am I freaking out about?
Oh man.
Oh yeah, I miss
you started driving, you start to freeze up when the cops they fly right by you.
Well, me and my dad once we got really close to getting busted. We were doing whippets while we were driving. And we're driving around this. We had just bought a box of whippets, and we're driving around this one street outside of Cleveland, and we're cresting a hill, and we go up just on the other side of the hill, and both of us have the little whippet extractors and the balloons, and we're sucking on it. It was driving around, and this cop cruises right past us. He could have just looked right at us and saw both me and my dad with balloons huffing gas. And he was looking like the opposite direction. He didn't see us. And we're like, did that just happen?
Holy shit, dude.
Oh,
that's too funny.
Like we about had a heart attack.
Oh man. My cousin, man, at one point in time, may or may not have had a nitrous oxide tank. And we sat in his room for like 2 fucking days just laying there fucking hitting that thing, dude.
Man.
And, it sounded like, apocalypse now when the helicopters are coming. And that's what it sounded like in my head for like 2 days straight, man.
That's the thing about, we called it, when you're doing nitrous, your audio perception of everything, you get the wah-wahs. Everything sounds like it's going wah, 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 wah.
Right.
We used to, me and my dad would do the balloons, and we would listen to music and shit with the stereo cranked up to 11, all his old 60s and 70s albums, and listen to that shit. It was great. But man, that nitrous kills so many fucking brain cells. I will never do it again.
Oh yeah, dude.
Because the last time that I did it was probably about 99. Went to a friend's house from school after we graduated, and somehow he had gotten a hold of a medical grade tank of nitrous, and he was selling big punching balloons for $10. And I did a full balloon, and then I bought a second one and got halfway through it, and then all of a sudden I lost the ability to speak.
Right.
I had no motor control. I wasn't able. Like everything I was saying in my mind was right, but what was coming out of my mouth was all mush. It freaked me out. I had a panic attack, and they're like, "Oh, just calm down, sit on the couch, and just chill out for half an hour. You'll feel fine." And I did, but you know, losing, frightening experience. Never did it again.
Oh shit, 4:20 a.m.
Yeah. Wow, it's late. But what the fuck?
Yeah, man.
I'll load up the
Cash
bowl one more time.
sleepers. Have a couple more hits. Let's see what.
Oh.
Computerized voice with British accent. Who smoked some weed, Michael? Too funny, man.
I would not mind if my phone spoke to me in a computerized female British accent.
That'd be cool, man.
That would be cool.
Hey, good morning, Anaki.
Anunnaki, ¿qué pasa?
Freaking.
We're just getting a high before we call it a night. But would you get high with Mr. X? Oh, I don't know.
With Mr. Ed?
I have no experience with horses.
I don't know, man. I worked down in Florida doing a bunch of different jobs, but one of them I did down there, I did some lawn care for a bit for a company, and I'd have to mow this horse pen. And horses got a sense of humor, man. If a horse can fuck with you, they'll fuck with you. I found that out, dude. I come in there to do my weed whacking, and that son of a bitch trapped me in the corner, man. It's all this, like, you know, kind of, I don't know. He's from West Virginia, man, so he's real outdoors dude, man. You know, I grew up in the city most of the time. I mean, I live in the country now, but I'm still green as shit out here. But this dude, he knew how to take care of the horse right away, man. I'm sitting at the weed whacker, like, stay the fuck away from me, man. And the horse just, you know, he kept me kind of, you know, trapped until dude came over there and got him out of there. And I haven't fucked with horses since then, man. It scared the shit out of me, man. I like dogs and stuff, but man, horses, man, it scared the crap out of me.
You know, my only experience with horses is walking past them when they're in a pen. And like I go to the county fair when they have the horse barns open, and you see the stalls that have the ribbons on them to warn you to stay back because they like to kick. They had there was a case about 20 years ago where a girl who was visiting the county fair got kicked in the head and died by a horse.
Right.
Just from walking through, you know, the stables.
Even worse, when I was in a foster home when I was a kid for 2 years in Brooklyn, Wisconsin, and when I was there, we'd go to like these 4-H things and shit, man. And I'll never forget, man. I seen this girl in a wheelchair, right? You know, sitting there like drooling on herself.
Yeah.
And I remember asking, like, you know, like the foster parents, man. You know, I was like, you know, what's wrong with that? You know, that kid, man. They're like, yeah, she got kicked in the head by a horse, dude.
Yeah.
So like that shit always kind of stuck with me, man. You know, it's like I want to be nowhere near them, man. If that's what they do to you, dude. So I don't know, man. What Mustangs I like have 4 wheels.
Well, I think my experience, my apathy towards horses, I think, is because I had a friend in Boy Scouts that took a horsemanship badge class at summer camp, and he got fucked up. He he had a horse go crazy on him, and basically charged through a fence, and the kid couldn't get out of the saddle, like he was stuck in, you know, whatever his feet were holding him in the saddle, and he got hit with all the debris from the fence, and the horse like ran into the woods and was like banging this kid against trees and shit. And I, heard all about it. Yeah, he had to go to the hospital. They had to call an ambulance and take him to the hospital because he got fucked up so bad. And after seeing that, I was like, no, I don't need to deal with any horses.
Right, man. They're psychotic dicks, man. You know? It's too funny. And like I say, when I was down in Florida, I know that one, he knew he was just fucking with me, man. He was just like, man, I'm going to trap this dude in the corner, man.
Now, we got a guy, there's an old farmer who lives about 10 miles south of me, and he has a couple of old mules that he's had for like 60, 70 years, because mules live forever. They'll live for 80 or 90 years. And me and my dad would drive past this farm like once a week, and the mules would be on one side of the property, and we would stop along the roadside, and we'd lean out the window and start calling to him. We're like, hey, mule, how you doing? And the mule's ears would perk up, and he'd all go honking and hollering and running across the pasture to come say hi to us and everything. We'd give him, apples and oranges and shit. Mules are cool and friendly, kind of like donkeys. Always very friendly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember a donkey that I was cool with, man. His name was Elvis, man. And these people I knew, they used to have him down at his farm, man. It was funny. I didn't really so much like the people, but the donkey was cool as shit, man. Every time I go out there, there's some good moonshine, though, man. I drink a little bit of the moonshine and go hang out with the donkey, man. Just go talk to him by the fence, man. You just want you to pet his nose, you know what I mean? You come up, you just nudge at you. You know, if you're standing by the fence, he'd come up and nudge at you until you'd pet him, you know. And cows, I like cows too. Cows have never bothered me. Cows I've always found fascinating.
Yeah, I've always got along with cows. We used to have.
They're just like mellow, man. They just want to eat and shit.
When I was a little kid, coming to visit the farm here, the last few years that we actually actively ran a farm here, my grandfather still had like 5 dairy cows. Some of my earliest childhood memories are helping my grandma milk the cows.
Wow.
Very gentle, intelligent animals.
Yeah, they are, man. It's funny, they're talking about animals, it's, a lot different than a lot of other ones because, like the gators and shit, man, they're just straight predators, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I worked down in Florida. I'd go stand out on this bridge and I'd take my, whatever I didn't eat for my burger because they make big burgers at the pro house or where they had the restaurant at, where the golf pros would go and all that type of shit. And so I'd just take, the leftovers out, the fries and the burger, man, and I'd go to a bridge and there'd always be, 1 or 2 alligators down in there, and I'd always throw some of the meat down to it and some of the fries. They fucking loved it, man. But I also knew if I ever got down there with them, they'd fuck me up, man. You know, I'd have to chase them off the golf course every once in a while. They'd get like one dude to each side with the shovel, and they'd bat it on the ground. And I'd drive up on the tail, you know, with the golf cart, and then I'd get them to, you know, go back to the ponds or whatever, get them off the walkways, or, you know, it's a real
Now,
problem.
see,
We got a, you know, a gator on the green, you know.
around here, we have that same kind of problem with coyotes.
Yeah.
About 6 weeks ago, there was a local story in the news here. There's a golf course a couple miles away from me. They had a pack of coyotes that were harassing the golfers, like to the point where they were running on to the greens and chasing the balls and interfering with the golf game.
That'd be funny, dude. I'd like to see that. Freaking dude, I just seen a wolf right over. Well, I've seen a couple now this year on the interstate getting hit by cars, which, you know, it kind of sucks anytime you see a wolf get hit by a car.
Yeah.
And then I seen one just about 2 miles from my house, right out on Highway 21. And, you know, I slowed down the car, you know, and just stopped because, you know, I mean, it was like 15 feet away from me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in the car, so, you know I'm safe, but just to be able to see a wolf that close, you know, man, this is freaking awesome, man. Scary animals, though. Heard a bear out in the backyard this year, too.
Now, the only thing I get predator-wise around here are the coyotes, and about 6 or 7 years ago, we had a bobcat hanging around the property for a couple of days. The neighbor caught him on camera, and I found the tracks around my farm. But yeah, coyotes, I hear you don't go a couple of days without hearing them. You know, they're just always around.
Well, now that hunting season just passed, you're not hearing a lot of the coyotes, but also a few weeks before even the gun hunting season for deer opened up, like all the people were, you know, coming up from Illinois hunting coyote, dude. You know, because up here, if you own plots of land or whatever, you can shoot the coyotes on your own land because, you know, it's an environment.
Yeah. Here in Ohio, there is no open season for coyote. You can hunt them every day of the year except during gun season for deer, which is 2 weekends. I got a guy down the road from me who told me earlier this year, he's like, yeah, man, I got, you know, I hunt coyote all over, you know, this part of the county. If you want some, I'll give you some. He dropped off 2 coyotes here about 3 or 4 days ago for me to skin up. I'm like, yeah, I'll take the pelts. No problem. Feed the meat to the, you know, my barn cats.
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I bet you they like that, dude. I know, man, my dog, the neighbors to the, well, I've got 5 acres here. My neighbor to the one side of me, he has 85, and then it's another farm past that. And then it's like a few hundred acres to the guy that owns the land to the other side of me. And, you know, it's all woods. They're not developing anything. And so like I say, it's 9 minutes even to like if I walk to the nearest neighbor's house from my house, which is nice because, you know, I'm out in, fuck, man, I totally spaced out, man.
Yeah, I wish that I had that kind of buffer space between my neighbors because, you know, even though I'm on a farm, I'm surrounded by houses.
Yeah. Oh, my dog, I was saying, yeah, he ran over to where they were hanging the deer over there by the neighbor's building. And, well, the first time they had the deer out there, I caught my dog over there trying to, you know, they had the deer hanging from the tree, and my dog's over there trying to get some of that leg, man. You know, and I'm like, you know, I called them back over to the house, and that way keep them off their deer. But as soon as they cut him down, he's over there been licking up the ground, man, ever since, man.
Yeah, that's when I hung the coyotes up the other day. You know, I had to cut off a leg just to get the cats, you know, from the pelt.
Turn it up, man.
There you go. Have a snack. Leave my other shit alone. I got
Well, shit, man.
3 squirrels cooking up here in the next day or two. I had
Oh, no
a
shit,
guy
dude.
gave me a squirrel, and I shot 2 the other day. So I'm going to make some
Yeah.
squirrel in the crock pot.
My grandpa used to cook squirrel up on like when I was real little, and you would have been disappointed in me, man. I had a house in Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, for about 5 years, and one of the years I was there, the tree branches gotten close to the house, so the squirrels ended up chewing a hole into the house, and
Yep.
so I ended up finally getting out. I had to redo the whole roof and all that shit, but getting the squirrels out, man, it was like a 6-week battle, man. Getting them out of the attic, man, because there was like, dude, I don't even know how many were out there, dude. I think I killed like 10 of them in a 6-week period. And then there's even a video on my daughter's YouTube channel where she shot one squirrel because it came out through the chimney in the house, man. So she shot it right in the dining room. But man, they get in there, they're hard as shit to get out.
Yeah, my problem.
But I didn't need them. So that's why I said my grandpa would have been disappointed.
We've been lucky. I think it's because we got those blue jays that are nesting around my house. They chase the squirrels, so that keeps the squirrels off the house. But my problem the last 2 years, I've been getting bats in the house. they're somehow working and working. Twice this past year, I've had to chase bats around the house.
Yeah. Dude, those things
I don't
freak
want
me out too.
I don't want to kill
mice.
them. Yeah, but the thing is, they're great to have around because they eat so many insects.
Right. But just not in
I'll
your
watch
house,
them.
man.
Yeah, they can fly around the driveway all they want. When I have the big security light going above the barn at nighttime, it attracts all the mosquitoes and the moths and everything. Those bats will fly around all long in just one continuous racetrack pattern around that light and eat to their heart's content. And I'm like, yep, eat all them bugs.
Austin, man, I don't know if I heard the bats aren't still doing it, but it's a real neat thing is they have this one bridge, man. It's I think on
I've
Congress.
seen the video of it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Awesome, man. Yeah, me and my wife were down there years ago, dude, and we saw
a
that,
guy.
dude. It's just
He threw a guy took a YouTube video and he threw a rock at the underside of that overpass, and about 10 million bats flew out.
Right, dude. It's a lot, man. It's insane, dude. Like when you see it happening, it's just, man, it's cool though. Well, hey, man, I'm gonna go ahead and log out, man. I'm gonna go ahead and crash out.
Yeah,
have a good night, man.
Here. Yeah, you too. Good talking to you, Chris.
Yeah, it was great talking, man. And everybody have a good night and God bless, man.
Rock on. Okay, so I will throw up the link one more time for anybody that wants to come in. There you go. £1,200 hog. Was it wild or domesticated? That's a big ass pig. We have 2 herds of feral hogs in my county the very southern part of my county, about 10 miles away from me. And our state Department of Wildlife says that you can hunt them all you want. They want them eradicated. And if you actually harvest any of them, they do not want you to handle them in any way. You're not allowed to eat them. You're not allowed to handle them without gloves or protective gear because they're completely diseased. They're tracking these two herds because they have so many viral vectors coming out of them. It's ridiculous. Swine flu and all kinds of nasty shit. They say do not eat them under any circumstance, no matter how much you cook them. They're not safe to eat. They basically say shoot them and burn them if you can. Well, excuse me. Well, if no one else wants to join the chat, I'm going to shut it down here in a minute or two. Last chance. There's the link. What's that stuff? Yeah, I think it's getting close to bedtime. If no one else wants to keep me company, I'm going to have to turn it off. It's 4:45 in the fucking morning here. It's getting kind of late. And my drink is gone, and that was the last drink. So that's Snowball. Hello. All right, folks. It's 4:45 in the morning, so I'm going to call it a night. Skulldrazer and Oddball. Thanks for sticking around, guys. And Anunnaki and Chris. and everyone else who was in tonight. It was a pleasure, as always. You know where to find us. We'll catch you on the flip side. Have a good night.